After these messages, we'll be right back. Squirrel!
It seems to have a pretty sweet soundtrack. I've been listening to the soundtrack on the side separately from the game. I wish more games would give me settings where I could have the game music playing while I was doing other stuff tabbed out of the game. Some games do. Some games don't. And I'm just like, ugh. This game looked really interesting, so I wanted to give it a try. And it's called In Other Waters, as you can see from the fun little font here. Let me just close my stuff there. It has controller support, and looks like it would be pretty fun with the controller, so I'll do it that way. And my understanding of the premise, based on the little blurb of the game and the trailer, is that we're playing as like an advanced AI kind of thing, and our goal is to help survivors or colonists or something to like navigate these oceans. And I don't know if we need to be finding like a place to live, if we're just finding research and learning about the planet. But we're in the water, so I decided it'll be a goosey day today. Because a space goose can easily be this could also be air tanks and a underwater goose. Let me just adjust I had a shower and my hair is still all wet, so I'm trying to get it out from underneath my headphones here. The mess. I'm a disaster. A lovely disaster. And I think I hear my kids walking in already. What do you need, sweetie?
I'm hungry.
You're hungry now? Didn't you eat anything?
No.
Why? Okay, well, why don't you put your tablet away, go downstairs, play some Minecraft, and I'll get you something to eat. Okay, I'm gonna need to take an extra couple of minutes here for my kids. Kid Agro. I made them food like not too long ago, but I guess he didn't eat much of it, or he ate it and wants something else. He's never entirely clear. But I need to BRB. Because Kid Agro. But I will leave, I'll leave the game sounds on for a hot minute here. Oh yeah. Just in case anyone comes in. Okay. I'll be right back. Might as well put the starting soon back up at this right here. Ugh.
You guys! Says
I just want to thank y'all so much!
9 months get wrecked.
Hello, Abide. Oh my god, while I'm away. Wait, one darn minute. Has it really been 9 months? Holy crap. Dang. Dang. That's a new maple leaf. Pretty blue maple leaf. That's a whole Twitch baby right there. How's it going, Abide? Here to work and lurk. Ah, my hair. I really need to start trying to dry it with the dryer, but drying it with the dryer is also a pain. Like, it's just... it is what it is, I guess, but... I feel like drying my hair with the dryer makes my hair feel too dry. So instead, I've got it, like, pushed in front of my headphones so it dries forward. Because it's all shaved on all the sides. Forward. All my hair forward. I should just do some crazy little side thing. Get my hair out of the way. Oh, I don't know if that'll work with my... Are my headphones though? Kinda does. There, now my hair is up. And it'll dry up and it'll have a lot of volume later. That's my hot trick. Lazy hair approach it. Work is a strong word. You're consulting. You've done one thing in the last few months and you're still waiting on the customer to approve it. Oh, no. That's gotta be kind of frustrating. Like, as a person who likes, like, when I'm working, I like to work. I like to, you know, have the thing to do and do it. And if I was just having to deal with a lot of hurry up and wait from a client, I'd probably go completely mental. Okay. Language is good. Games are good. Let's get this going. Fellow Traveler present. Give it up at this point, just play games, watch Twitch, attend meetings. I mean, hey, you know, you're still getting paid, I assume, in some way, shape, or form. There we go. Get paid either way. Might as well enjoy it. Music and Sound by Amos Roddy. Kind of neat that it's got its little credits at the intro here. In Other Waters. I like the font. All the little busy things. Uh-oh. Error detected. Rebuilding something. Rebuilding memory. Rebuilding memory. Bunch of text blocks. Come on, computer, reboot. Recovering last known log. Date recovered 2189. Sensorium disabled. AN. There any time left. This is going to be more restrictive than you were used to, but you are resourceful. I know you. I'm sorry, Oki, but I can't something them find you. I can't lose everything we achieved. It's... wow. Trying to guess here. Something is something... I want to say something or other is a miracle or it's a misery. I don't know. That one's really hard. A lot of this, you know, it's, you can kind of figure it out. Continue with boot up? Yeah, I guess. Booting. Oh. Hello? Is someone there? This is Dr. Ellery Vess. I urgently need all systems of this suit activating. I've been locked out, and I'm 20 meters below the surface here. I say again, this is Dr. Ellery Vess. Can any operator personas on the suit please respond? Is that a no? Oh no, I wasn't sure. I don't know what these are. That a no operator activate all systems. Authorization granted? Oh, utility, power, oxygen. Utility, heading, depth, scan, power, oxygen. Scan and topography readouts coming through, looking good. Okay. Okay, good. The dive panel is active, currently reading 20 meters. Oxygen. Oxygen panel up and rebreather functioning. I'm off reserve oxygen now. What else can I do for this person? Power? Power panel is activating. Plenty of juice. Okay, okay. Oh, look, the little breathing meters are going. Utility? Okay, utility is available. Let's see. Sampling, sample storage, terminal, and retrieval seem to be installed. I'm seeing the heading panel coming online. Excellent. You don't seem to know what you're doing. You're not an operator, are you? No. Then what are you? Why are you installed in this suit? Help me out here. I don't know. Maybe there's something strange about the suit when I got inside. It's decades old. Look, we don't have time for this. Whatever program or system you are, I need you to work with me. You seem to respond to voice commands, so that's a start. We need to head north. I'll explain once we get going, but right now I'm locked up. Half the systems on the suit. So I'm running a suit thing. Someone somehow has rewritten the permissions to not only respond to internal messaging. Or sorry, to only respond to internal messaging. That means you. So I'm gonna need you to take control. Let's get moving. Take me north into the reef. Please. How do I know which way I'm going? Is it towards the direction of the blorp, or is it towards the direction of... towards that? Southern gully, steep walks, floors, pale sand. Okay, I've got a scanner thing this way. Directions that way. Vector clear. Good, whatever you're doing, it's working. Let's keep heading north. Okay. So, scan. Find a thing. Narrow pass. Boulder fills passage, marking it warm lights. And then... oh. Line it up, vector clear, and go. Okay. Scan. Gully opening. Passage opens out, back to the dappled light of the reef shore. Oh. Map data. Link. It's over there. Soft currents. Softly flowing water is filled with glittering particles of organic matter. Signs of rich and thriving life all around. Oh. Oh, look, in the water. Are those spores? And those huge stalks to the west. They look like funky. This is unbelievable. Actual alien life. Look at Minnie keep this secret. I saw her notes at the base when I landed, and some telltale signs on approach, but here it is. The first extraterrestrial life humanity has ever discovered. Are we like in the oceans of Europa or something here? Can't believe it. Ooh. Strange stalks. Beds of these creatures coat the pale rocks. Are they plants or animals? They're unlike any earth coral or sponge. Protected ridges from the strong northern currents could be a safe haven for younger, softer species. Fungal creatures made of a series of stalks and plates attached to the rock. Colors range from dark amber to acid yellow. The stalks are beautiful. I wonder how they feed, how they grow, how they communicate. This creature's external membrane appears to be made of layers of chitin, like Earth's arthropods or fungi. Hey, Walls, welcome in, welcome in. Once we've gathered enough data, I can name and log each species. No matter what happens here, this is vital work. Okay, well, do you want to go this way? Oh, what were those? Something that was hidden. Well, I would love to get a scan, but I don't see anything. Oh yeah, there's some fast-moving ones over there, too. Stalks here are furred with spores that appear. Oh. I'll wait for it to come back. That appear to have drifted from the northern part of the reef. Creature's external membranes. Okay, oh. Agile creature. Striped with luminous colors, these flexible flapping creatures move rapidly through the water without little effort. Such lively creatures and so colorful. Start logging my observations. I'm seeing a complex pattern of contracting and expanding slits in this stalk's membranes. That mouths or sensing organs? How's it going, Wells? We're having a good day? Just picking a chill game. I'm going to turn on the game soundtrack music in the background, though, because, well, something. Something a little more than just the game sounds. There we go. Oop. Oh, what? Where's all that? Oh, more of those little guys. Is that a different kind of little guy? Creature appeared to maneuver with a series of siphon jets concealed beneath the folded mantles. They're very fast. Flitting around the reef, these creatures chase stalk spores with great enthusiasm. Is that their primary source of food? Seeing more spores entering and exiting the slits on the surface of the stalks. Maybe something is being exchanged. Stalk patch. Among these spore-clogged stalks are piles of small stones. Could a creature have gathered them here, or just the currents? Oh. These stalks are covered in spores of all sizes. Perhaps we can sample one of the larger ones. I'm in position. You'll have to take the sample. Opening the sampling utility. Map data. Nope. Okay, I think I kind of get it. Maybe not. A. Oh. Oh, there we go. Fungal seed. Can I get a sample? Hello, we aren't getting anywhere until we take a sample. Well, I would like to know. It says push A. 2 clamps. Okay. I understand. Okay, we've got 1. Biological samples are vital tools for analysis and understanding creatures. But this suit should also allow you to deploy any sample back into the ocean. How about you test it out? Hold and drag it over to the central compass. Okay. Great. Working as it should. Catch and release samples. Oh, look, those creatures are coming for the spores. Why these ones in particular, I wonder? Perhaps different spores carry different compounds? Each with a specific purpose or message? What do you think? Could the spores be a way of communicating between different colonies? Maybe. Isn't that strange? Fungi on Earth form networks of exchange. Maybe these stalks do the same. Anyway, sorry, I'm not sure why let's keep moving. Okay. Fun. Scan, I guess. Okay, I'll scan more of these. Colonies seem to be broken up in individual patches, and then larger groups over a wide area. What is it that dictates the growth patterns? Sunlight? Flow of water? Whatever it is, it seems to be absent there. Spores from the main part of the reef are brought into the southern nurseries here by a steady current. Let's go over here then. We can try to see why they're not growing here. Fungal creatures, which communicate through sound and spores, an interlocking system seated across the reef. And this huge rock sits among layers of lichen. Could it have been thrown here during a volcanic active period in the planet's history? A large rock. No. Exit. There we go. Running into the reef slows here, but further north, the water whips down the rift with incredible speed. Nah, forget it. Forget what? Missed something. Busy reading all the other things. Just been up to chilling, trying to figure out this game. Very fast little critters. Yeah, like it's... Like, I'm not sure what to make of it. Nope. Definitely works better with the controller so far. Like, that'll be a lot of buttons, I think, with the mouse and keyboard. But it kind of makes sense with the controller. Let's go to scan. Let's take a look at what's over here. Long rift, wide and long. Yeah, I mean that looks deep. With sheer rock walls on the other side, this deep channel, or this deep rift channels unpredictable currents. Yeah, that's more reef stalks, fungal creatures. Yep. And then up here, overgrown arch. This arch is covered in hardened stalks. Perhaps the slow current passing through brought their spores to settle here. Well, let's try going that way then. Should I try to get more samples, maybe? Maybe not. An active area. Oh, those are big ones. A large overgrowth. These larger stalks sway all around the basin. They almost resemble branchless trees bending in a storm. Fungal creatures. Blah, blah, blah. We already read that. What about these? Yeah, that one. Large stalk creatures. Static creature made up of one huge flexible stalk. Unclear if swaying is due to current or produced by the stalk's own body. These huge stalks are incredible, each one a vertical ecosystem. They are leaking spores into the water as the fruiting bodies attach to their skin bloom. Any more observations? Many of these stalks are leaking particles into the water as they sway. Are they spores or something else? Oh, did you see that? The stalks responded to our movement. They extended as we passed through the arc. Perhaps it was the sound we made when we went through? We should be careful not to get trapped here. The power circuit, or the suit's power capacity is limited. Open art, that's blocked now. Where can we go from here? Where can we go from here? Another one of the big stalks. The chitin of the stalk's membrane is very hard, but flexibility is given by a surface of overlapping plate. There's a lot of activity among the rocks ahead. Creatures are grazing on and living among the stalks, forming a complex ecosystem. Okay. That's the next place to go, maybe? To the south, the stalk's totally calcified. Looks like a good sample candidate. So that's probably that one. But what about you? Plates and stalk surface passing over one another must be producing the distinctive hum that can be heard. Growth gets heavier as you travel into the forest. Something about giving it that name makes it feel safer and more familiar. Calling it a forest. Region is related to the other stalk, but appear to have a separate purpose than the lower beds. There's something big that came swimming through. I'm gonna scan it. There we go. Missed reading that other one because of this. Shelled creature. Mobile creature with a large translucent shell and 4 swimming appendages. Oh, these creatures have such beautiful translucent shells. I'll start logging data on them as we find them. 4 swimming appendages uses in a rapid rowing motion. That was safe to assume that the singing of these stalks relates to communication. I don't know why. A, come on. Yeah, can't go that way. It's too deep into forest. The stalk looks dead. Open up the sampling panel. We can extract some of the outer membrane. Lots of dead material here, so we should be able to take multiple samples. Sample page. I needed to line up a sample and then do the 2 clamps. And clamp, clamp, clamp. So the chitin appears to be hardened with calcium carbonate. That could be useful when we need to boost our powers. The suit is able to metabolize organic compounds to produce fuel. Just drag them into the power panel. Okay. Suit displays how much oxygen or power each sample can produce. With these, we can keep one sample so we can analyze it on the way back, and the other is a power boost. Where does it show? They look the same to me. Yeah, they look the same. Okay. I can see where, like, having the sample selected does that. Okay. And scan. It's over here. Why did my game or my music stop? I'm gonna find some of those are synth wave or something to listen to in the background here. Something to vibe to. That's why make sure the volume's good. So. Yeah, that sounds nice. Space between the rocks here is thick with stalks. What about, what's that? Another one. Large stalks, yeah. Thing stalks. Okay, well, let's go that way. Oop. Oh, adult creature, okay. Another one of the agile creatures. Rocks are clear, stalks and other growth. Is their absence a territorial marking or just the side effect of the condition of the waters? Cavern edge. Large cavern drops down to the reef here. Its entrance is shadowed by the surrounding rocks. Well, let's go check it out. Oops. Hey, there we go. We're traveling. Probably don't want to go this way. Or maybe we do. Do we go into the cave or do we just look at it? The water is still in the yawning entrance to the cavern. There's no sign of stalks or other reef life around the entrance. Do we... I mean, let's take a look. Descent possible. Check it out. We're explorers. And I am in the suit. Swimming suit. Okay. Down. Oh. Down arrow goes down. Ooh. The patchy sunlight coming through the broken cavern roof is enough to allow stalks to grow here, if that's what they require. Okay, more of the same things from on the surface there. And soft sunlight spilled here. A coating of large glassy bubbles glitters on its skin. Oh. Let's go over there and then we can take a look at the thinger that's next to it. Sampling available. Am I too close? No, I'm not. Okay. Tall bubble-coated stalk. And let's take a sample of whatever the bubbles are. Oh, there we go. Lichen. Clothes. Sample. Of clothes sample. Any others? Clothes sample. Okay, let's take a look. That was one from before, or is this part of the stock communication system? Question mark. Wait, I have an idea. Yeah. Try deploying one by that blocked tunnel. I want to see how the stocks react. Just drag one over. By which tunnel? By over here? Deploy inside line? Just... Oh, they reacted. Those bubbles must be some kind of signaling system. I'll call them Shrillsat. For that squeak. And use them to get through that heavy growth ahead. Let's get moving. Okay, so I can use the sample on those things. Interesting. Anyway, okay, close those, scan. Go ahead. Travel button. Just wondering where we're heading. I mean, kind of. There's a way station just north of here on the finger of this reef. I want to find it. My shuttle touched down there just hours ago at a floating research base to the south. That's where I found the suit. I'm here looking for Dr. Mine Nomura, chasing a message all the way from Earth. I must sound mad. Coming out here to a planet on the tail of Scorpius just to follow a message. Wait. Do you know where we are? Or, you do know where we are, don't you? No. But how? We're on Gliese 667 CC, a supposedly unremarkable world if it wasn't for all this life. Somehow the exoplanet extraction corp must have passed by, but how did Mine know to come here? Thought she contacted me to verify her discovery. But then, where is she? Look, let's find the way station, then I can start piecing together what's going on. I would love to know. You woke me up and I don't remember anything. Apparently. Cavernero's here. Well, we're gonna go there because that's where we gotta go. And then we'll probably have to get out of this cave, but I'm curious. Current can be felt. But from where? From whence? Anything? No, don't see anything. Any samples? Nope. Okay. Well, let's head back. I think I move relatively quickly here. That's fine. I can use the samples. I think. That's fine. Let me just, oh wait, close that. Thought I could use the sample to go through there. Yeah, it's not working. Okay. Was there something I missed back up the other area? Like, can I go up from here? Oh, I can go up from there. Okay. I wasn't paying attention. I'm just wasting samples for no reason. Okay. Can't but feel some unseen process is shaping the growth patterns of this reef. What are the what invisible borders am I crossing? Glittering stalk. This thin stalk sits among a bed of other growths with bubbles. Stalks of this kind seem to produce different bubbles depending on the nearby stalks. Okay, well, let's oh, whoop. Let's go over here and then we'll go up to the other one. I just want to take a quick little look. Oh my god. What do you want, kiddo?
I want to play Minecraft.
You want what?
I want to play Minecraft.
Okay, well then play Minecraft. Pick up Daddy's Switch. Just play on the Switch. I don't want to fight with the TV for you. Yeah. Probably what he wanted anyway. What's over here? Scattered boulders, steep rifts of the southern reef suggest a violent geological past. Yes! That's what I just said. Go on, go pick it up. Sampling available. And close that. Check out over here. Oh. Thing stock. Okay. And then location. Unlike the other specimens, this large stalk sits alone away from the lower beds. Hard to tell if it's the beginning or the end of a colony. Right, this button. Large stalks that sway. And it's sending off little spores that are going that way. These are the same dealies. Wow, there's a lot of them up here. Stalks are so thick here. A sea of amber waving fingers that must be cleared before we can pass through. Another one of those fast little guys. Yeah, the shell creatures. What about down this way? Why don't we try going south, I guess? No, that way's all blocked too. Well, let's try deploying a sample. These are all what? Troll sack, troll shack. Ooh, they retracted. Navigating against growth, like finding your way in a labyrinth, moving from clearing to clearing with a little sense of what's ahead. A tall stalk. Some creatures target these tall stalks directly, perhaps because they keep them away from the other softer stalks nearby. Growth patterns of the stalk suggest a complex territorial network. Are we underestimating the complexity of these life forms? Bubbles like huge pearls glint among the stalks. How do the tall stalks produce these strange screeching sacs? Another shelled creature. Another shelled creature. Occasionally, when the creature scrapes stalks too aggressively, they retract and let out a defensive signal to the nearby colonies. Let's see, which way do we want to go? Can't go that way. What's over here? Oh, it's possible sample collection. Oops, wrong button. Okay. Samples. Down, up, collect. Oops. Down, collect. Yeah. Down, up, collect. Full sacks. Lichen 0-10% signal. Interesting, okay. Close that, I guess. Oh yeah, that's this button. And I guess I gotta use a sample over on. Over there, so I can go that way. Those are really clear. Oops. This A to go. Okay, what's over that way? Spores from the stalks seem to be massing up here in large clumps. Might be a good place to sample them. Versus over here, more bubbling stalks. Are they sentries designed for early warnings or last-ditch defenses of the colony's core? Oh, a signaling stalk. A different one. Call bubble-producing stalks to protect and monitor colonies, a key part of the stalk network. I'm going to call these signal stalks for their signaling role they play in the stalk ecology. Maybe I just have to scan enough of them for it to be a thing. Let's go over there. For some samples. Go around. Sample. Sample, sample. There we go. Oh, something different. What's this? Oh, am I? Oh my goodness. I shouldn't be. Maybe it didn't update. What the hell? It didn't update when I did it. Thank you for letting me know because, you know. Try this again. Okay. Stream info updated successfully. Yeah, I mean, I did that. That's one of the first things I did, but I guess it didn't take. And sometimes Twitch does that to me, which is dumb. Which is dumb. But I don't always double check, and I don't really have mods for people that tell me that if they've noticed. And I didn't double check. Usually I double check, but I had to go downstairs and help my kids out. So I got thrown off a little. That's right. When in doubt, blame my kids. I appreciate you letting me know, though. I'm updated now. I think you might have to refresh, but it should be correct. Okay, where'd my controller go? There it is. I'm gonna put things down. Okay, so this new one, a stock spore containing complex cocktail minerals and compounds. Oh, I can use these to fuel my business. Oh, that I'd not tab back into the game. There we go. Actually, I'm wondering if it would be any easier with the mouse. Yeah, actually, maybe I'll switch to mouse and keyboard. The UI is very controller friendly, though. But every time I switch from like into and out of, I got too much stuff on my desk. Oh my god. Okay. But if that's the case, how do I scan? No, I can't because I'm in this window. So maybe I should. Nah, it doesn't really give me much. What about you? Nope. No. Okay. Well, I mean, I've got a lot of power. I should be okay. Close that. Yeah. The relationship between these creatures and the stalks is unclear, but they camouflage themselves amongst the amber in the colonies. Oh. Note a smaller spot of variance of these creatures. Another species, or perhaps sexual dimorphism? These creatures might be male. Could be female too, you never know. Maybe there's some other miscellaneous gender. Who knows? We don't know what their reproductive cycle is like. Maybe they don't rely on sexual reproduction. Maybe they just bud. Seems to be some tolerance for the creature scraping by the stalks. They only warn the creature when it cuts too deeply. Okay. Well, I got my sample. So I guess I could head back this way. We'll do the button for that. Okay. More sample collecting. Oh, I am full of samples, apparently. That'll be signal things. Okay, so I mean, that'll be fine. Isn't it forest? So it carries the atmosphere of them, being immersed in interlocking natural processes of life and death. Can I travel there? No, I need to go to the sample window and drop a signal sample on it. And now I can go. Oops. That's it, we're through. This place is overwhelming with so many new species. Piled stones, a set of smooth stones sitting in a pile. Could a creature have made these? Is this a nest? Maybe it's made by the person who put all this stuff, like put the suit here and stuff. Oh, large. I think we scanned the sky enough times. I'm naming these stock scrapers for the obvious reason. Check my notes back at the base. Because they've been large translucent creature with a large creature with a translucent shell and joint legs for swimming and feeding. Graces on the membranes of the reef. Ocean life is so wild. I love it. Okay, I want to go there. I want to travel. I want to scan. I want to travel. I want to scan. Forest edge, the last line of thick stalks before the sandy plains of the central reef. Ooh, something ahead of me there. Ripples of silt bounce sunlight back through the water, giving off a golden glow. More stalks. One of those little fast ones. Spore catchers. Welcome back. Agile, jet-propelled creatures with colorful mantles found hidden amongst the reef stalk colonies feeding on their spores. I guess that's where we're going to want to go. We're getting close to whatever this is up here. And that looks like a structure, that man-made structure. It's probably the goal this person had. Center of the reef, few rocks to attach stalks. They struggle to seed in these waters. Okay. That makes sense. There it is. I see the way station ahead. Yeah, let's travel over there. And go. Way station. Place looks a little worse for wear. Let's see if I can find an access port. Minnie never did take care of her equipment. Some things never change. Sorry, give me a sec. Just trying to... Okay, got it. Should be able to access the data stored here. Just open the terminal and take a look. Terminal available. Moving user. Dr. Minnie Nomura. Last access. History cleared. Log download. Yes, no. Access terminal. Power and oxygen. I guess we'll recharge. Map data. A lot of numbers. Think complete. Data released to pilot's console. Okay, logs have been cleared. I expected that, given the secrecy Minnie seems to be operating under. But the map data mentions something Minnie calls the bloom out across the northern rift. She's been going back and forth to something there, studying it. A unique species, perhaps? Oh, Minnie, what were you doing here? Why were you keeping this discovery from the world and from me? I'm talking to myself again, or to whatever you are. Sorry. I don't mean... Let's head back to the research base. I need to think. With this way station operational, we can call the base retrieval drone from the utility panel. The drone will be able to pick us up from any area we've got map data for. Head to the base. I've got a lot to figure out. I guess. Mapped region. Connection available. Connection complete. Drone ready. I guess. What else do they want me to do? Baikal. Oop. Safe mode. Restarting. Resyncing with the Baikal OS. Downtime 3.6 hours. Oh, neat. Hey, are you back online? Yes, I guess so. Yeah, pretty sharp work for a biologist if I do say so myself. Hooking up that strange casing of yours to the base took some work. And the OS here does not play nicely with whatever you are. Yeah. Oh, I better move my little goose. It's kind of pushed things into the corner where I wasn't before. Maybe let's make ourselves smaller. There we go. Just a wee little silly goose. Exploring the oceans of some alien planet. But you should have access to the select subsystems of the stack now. Monet looks to have repurposed some of them, so not everything is functional. Bombs are shot, the generator's only partially working, and one of the retrieval drones is missing. But I've booted up the drive bay mapping systems and sample storage. Lab is also online with analysis tools and integrated taxonomy for logging creatures. Hey, take a look. We've already logged the creatures we discovered on our last dive. For any logged creature, I'll also put a sample request in their taxonomy entries. To fulfill these requests, just find and transfer the samples to the lab, then analyze them. You can use their data to add to the creature study. We need to register these species. I'm gonna head down to the lab level and take a look. I'll also mark sample request to the drive map. That way we can grab key samples for our studies while we're out in the ocean. And we're going back out soon, so while you were offline, I spotted a signal, a suit transponder. You can see its location on the map. I want to find it. Suit transponder means a suit, and a suit means Monet. I'll need your help. The suit takes both of us to pilot it, and it's the only one I've got. Once you and the drone exploring the base load into the dive map, we can head out from there. Okay, so am I in like a little drone thing? Like if I travel around? Oh, interesting. I can go through observation blister. OBS. Sonar systems requires crew. It's inactive. The generator active, running at 34% efficiency. Paddle turbines active. Core stable. Med subject, non-active. Medical assessment due. That's fine. We don't have to worry about that. We're not living people as far as I know. Samples analysis and taxonomy. Animals, fungi, plant, bacteria. Soft bodies and jointed shells. Animalia novi. Or novi. Guess if it's Latin, it'd be novi. Myomitia. Soft bodies. Arthrobelta. Jointed shells. Spore catchers. Ooh, neat. I like data. Spore catchers are quick, soft-bodied creatures which move quickly through the water by using siphon jets. Their mantles, striped with bright colors that shift as they swim, allow the creature to modify their movement through the water with precise flapping motions. Watching them navigate the water is hypnotic. Their rapid turns and loops show incredible agility, floating through the water like a bat or a bird. So I'm getting like cuttlefish vibes from that. Spore catchers use this wide range of movement to pursue the various fungal spores that are produced at the reef stalks. The spore catchers seem to be highly selective about which spores they want to consume, suggesting analysis of stalk spores might tell us more about the spore catcher's behavior and diet. Sample required. Theories, example analysis, sketch study completion required. Oh, we'll get a picture of it if we get all the info. That's cool. Stalk scrapers are large, translucent shelled creatures with a distinctive swimming motion, which feed primarily on stalk colonies. Surprisingly nimble despite their size, stalk scrapers use some of their modified limbs to swim through the water, and others to scrape away the chitinous membrane of the stalks. This is tolerated by the stalks to some degree, although they will also deploy shrill sacs to scare the scrapers away. Stalk scrapers seem to be one of the more socially active of the reef creatures and will call to each other when grazing or when frightened. Each specimen has a unique cloud pattern on its shell. I wonder how these are formed and what their significance is within the community. Behavior, we need more info. Okay, so be able to bring in some of the different fungal spores. Reef stalk, are fungal life forms which take the form of a series of stalks and plates anchored to rocky substrates. Their chitinous exterior ranges in color from dark amber to acidic yellow, leading them to resemble oversized lichen. This outer membrane is marked with slits that expand and contract, producing distinctive hum. These slits or pores also allow both the release of spores by each colony and the absorption of other colony spores. I'm using this term for ease, but are these really seeds or something else? Both the hum and the spore exchange seem to be part of a complex communication network between individual stalk patches or colonies. However, like earth fungi, the visible part of these stalks may only be a small part of their overall mass. What networks might connect these colonies beneath the ground? Yeah, earth fungus are bizarre. Okay. Thing stalk. Thing stalks are towering fungal stalks that, through swaying, produce a distinctive hum or groan. Part of the stalk ecology found in the central relief, the precise role of sing stalks is particularly obscure. Their singing seems to connect with the sonic communication between stalks, as seen from the stalk's use of shrill sacs as an alarm mechanism. But what are they communicating remains unclear. Notably, sing stalks are often coated in sporing fungal growths, which release spores as the stalks sway through the waters. These spores, or spores released high up in the water column, cover large areas of the reef. There's something tree-like in the structure of the sing stalks, so much so that they give the impression of an underwater fungal forest. Strange, yet familiar. Need more stuff. And the signal stalks. Tall, thin, bubble-coated stalks, which are often found beside other stalk colonies. Like other aloes, signal stalks have a chitinous exterior, but unlike the other species, they feature prominent irising pores that allow them to produce large bubbles. I have named shrill sacs. Through this, signal stalks act as protectors of a stalk colony, their shrill sacs breaching when predators approach, resulting in a warning screech that causes nearby stalks to retract. This makes them a target for creatures which graze on the stalk, and only some colonies are able to maintain a signal stalk protector. But how do these stalks produce their bubbles, and what dictates their growth patterns? Further analysis of their physical product and structure should help. Any plants and things? No. Okay, so that's the things, and I want to put some samples in here, right? If so, how? Or am I not able to right now? Sample storage. Oh, okay, I can put them into the base. Drill sack. A stalk spore. I guess I'll put like... so I can pick up more samples probably. And now if I go to the lab and I go to the sample things, ooh, I can analyze. Stalk spore. Analysis complete. Multiple taxonomy entries updated. Analysis complete. Okay, neat. Spore catchers. Behavior. Analysis of the unique chemical compounds found in stalk spores and a wider understanding of how stalks use spores to communicate suggest a more mutual relationship between spore catchers and stalks than initially assumed. If stalks are able to tailor their chemical makeup of the spores, it's possible the select spores the catchers eat are intended for their consumption and contain compounds and minerals attractive to the species. As spore catchers use their colony-shifting properties to hide among the stalk colonies, it seems increasingly possible that stalk colonies and spore catchers are mutualistically linked, and catchers serve the need of a specific stalk patch. What those needs are, however, is not yet clear. Analysis of a spore catcher egg, if found, may help us gain a full picture of their physiology. Analysis of stalk spores has revealed a rich cocktail of compounds unique to each spore, some of which are previously unknown to human chemistry. This aspect of spores and their noticeable exchange between colonies of stocks suggests that these chemical cocktails are part of an information exchange network. However, some of these spores also appear to be true spores used for the asexual reproduction of stock colonies, suggesting that information-carrying spores are adapted or modified reproductive spores. Analysis also suggests that the stock colonies may possess a high level of intelligence and cognition, and that messaging provided by the spores is nuanced and even subjectively unique to each colony. Patterns across multiple spores from a single colony even suggest a chemical signature possessed by each stock group. Could these be thought of as stock names? Drill sac laboratory analysis shows that they are formed from a coating of mucus sealed around a pressurized mix of oxygen and carbon dioxide. The oxygen shows the signal stalks are able to absorb oxygen from their surroundings, perhaps through the larger pores, while the CO2 must be the result of a fermentation process within the stalk itself. This suggests the presence of a fungal symbiote similar to yeast within the stalk, and the possible production of ethanol as a byproduct of this process, though a tissue sample will be necessary to confirm this. Drill sac production, meanwhile, seems to be a precise art. The pressurization, gas mix, and size of each drill sac can differ from stock to stock, meaning that warnings could be directed to particular colonies and even individual stocks if necessary. That's pretty neat. I don't know what we should do with these now. Crew terminal. Ooh, an entry from the lady. Personal log, El Rivas. Monet is gone and she's left behind one hell of a mess. This base is practically falling apart. Cannibalized to build way stations out in the ocean, the communications array sliced away, life support failing. Where did she even commandeer this research base from? There's no way Baikal would have supplied it willingly after what she did to them. What did she call me out here for? To witness her disappearance, or did she simply want me to encounter, as she did, the impossible life in this ocean? How could it have gone? Sorry, how could it have been ignored for hundreds of years of exploration and conquest? There's too many questions to even begin, and all I can do is keep an account of what happened here, so that if I can't answer the questions, someone else might. It'll be weeks, maybe months, until the next ship passes close enough to pick up my shuttle transponder, and until then I'm alone. This place is unbelievably important, our first contact with life beyond Earth, but something else is happening here too, and I need to know what it is. Cool. How's your life support doing? It's doing, it looks like. Better than nothing. Food storage, it's all connected. I can go to the dive map now, I guess. Okay. Wants me to go out here. Oh no. Oh, excuse me. Okay. We'll click on a bunch of stuff. Sample request, sample request, sample request. Minet's notes mention something called the bloom across the rift, but until we have strong repulsion, we won't be able to cross it. Yeah, that was like deeper. Sample requests. And what was out here? Base is detected with suit transponder. Could this be Minet? We'll have to head to the East Rift to find out. But I don't have a map for that, so I probably have to travel there myself. So I guess to get there, we're gonna have to go out here, and to get out there, I'm gonna have to start making use of resources. So what's here? Stingstock bark, scraper shells, eggs. Okay, well, so let's... How do I go anywhere? Been a damage. I'm in the bay. Hi, lady. Can you get down to the place I want to go? Okay, that's where I have to go. I have to double click on the hexagonal unit. Then I guess if I want to go anywhere, I'm gonna have to figure things out. Okay, so let's scan. Blooming stalks. Yep. Sandy shelf. Pale sand is unmoving, but to north you can see the chasm. Smooth pebble. Why don't we go towards those pebbles? I'm curious. Metal debris. Looks like Menez had to salvage parts of the base to build what she needed to. She must have been here many months before I arrived. Open sand. The western side of the finger becomes increasingly enclosed by rocky outcrops as it leads towards shallower water. Split boulders. Some ruined equipment lies in the shelter of 2 boulders. An early way station site, perhaps? Hell yeah. It's interesting and nautical. Yeah, it's been pretty interesting so far. Like, I like that it's narratively driven and you're going around, like, you wake up and you're some kind of AI or program or digitized mind. I'm not really sure, because you get woken up by this scientist that's like riding around inside this like underwater vehicle suit or whatever it is. And I'm like, I'm not a piloting program. I don't know what the hell you want from me. And they're all like, well, shit, what are you? And I'm like, I don't know. But we're working together. Across the open sand, I can see faint shapes of stalk colonies. Let's go that way then. Doing a lot of little scans. The UI is quite neat. Glittering stalks. Sample candidate. The edge of the strange terraces of underwater forest, this stalk sits like a sentry armed with coating of bubbles. Let's go that way because I need some samples, I think. Sampling available. There. I need a, you know, I'll grab a couple of these just because I don't need them for analysis. I need other things. But that will help me pass through an area, maybe. Lots of fungal creatures, bubbling stalks, more fungal creature. Patterns of stalks stretch into the distance. This must be the western stalk forest. And we're on an alien world. What did they say? Like part of the Scorpio system? Like that part of that constellation in like Sirius something maybe? I don't know, not Sirius. Cyrus? Whatever. An exoplanet that's like oceans, and person who landed here and is talking to me, like person who's doing the sciencing, is all, wait a minute, there's life here. This is wild. And I'm like, okay. We're learning all about it. Unlike in the southern reef, the stalks here are ordered in curving rows, tightly packed and evenly spaced. Vector blocked. Okay, well I can do something about that. I have spores, and the spores tell the stalks to retract, kind of like anemones. Ooh, what's that? Bloated stalk. These stalks bulge out from their bases, forming rounded, pulsing growths that look discolored and stretched. I've started logging data on these strange inflated stalks. They look ill. Growth is bloated and distended, panels of chitin bulging outwards, and between the seams, something flows within. Oh, has it been like parasitized, or is it gonna make babies? Let us mystery a little. Another signal stalk. Are there any samples to be taken here? No. Stalk pathway. See, that one had nothing for me. Ooh, I can get samples here, though. We'll say, oh yeah, I'll grab another one. I don't need a lot of these, though. Close, close, sample. Another stalk pathway. Where am I trying to go? I think I wanted to go out more. I wonder why I can't look at like a wider map right now. Well, let's go this way. Well, I can open up that path. Oh, there's another one of those pulsing ones. Maybe I can get some info from it. Signal stalk, a glittering stalk. It sat silently among the terraces. The stalk bristles with bubbles, waiting to breach the persona of a predator. I don't see any of the swimming guys right now. The rock behind its growth looks as if it had been melted. Its layers swirl with distorted forms. Oh. Let's go over there. I'm intrigued. Another bloated stalk. Members of these stalks thin enough to be translucent, stretched to breaking point by whatever's inside. But what's inside? What's inside the stalks? I only have like one more signal thing left. That's fine. Several of these bloated stalks in this area. I should probably go and get a sample though. Come on, let me do it. Grab some more samples really quick. I need these because the spores, like the fungal spore plants that are around here that act like anemones will retract when they get a signal from a spore. So having a couple of extras will be good because I got to get through all this stuff. Stalk pathway, and now this one. Another bloated stalk. When alarmed, these stalks burst open, releasing their toxic contents of local water. They'd be defending themselves. Oof. And the more of these things that I scan, the more data I get until I have enough for an entry with information. Oh, there's a cave over there. Let's head towards the cave. Drop a spore here. And we'll go this way. Oh, no. I'm gonna go back because I can get some samples. Because it just, like, unloaded on me when I went past it. Bark colony. Toxic microbial colony found inside the bloated stalks. Ugh. I don't like the sound it was making while I was over there. Kind of samples. More spores? Drill sacks, okay. Just in case I need a couple. I'm gonna need to use like 1 or 2 to get through here. Signal stock. Oh, colony edge. Okay. Another one of those fats things. The bloated stack. Almost done scanning those. Wonder if this one's gonna explode when I go past it too. Pathway. The side of the colony loops back towards the center, leading deeper between the stalks. Whereas this way is the line of stalks marks the western edge of the colony. In this direction, a rocky wall rises up beyond the sandy shelf. Yeah, well, let's go that way. I'm gonna need to drop a spore over here to make them hide. And I want to go this way because I remember seeing a cave somewhere. Western wall rises towards the shallowest part of the shelf, just meters below the surface of the planet-spanning ocean. Sure, let's go. See a cave. We're going into the cave. Below the steep wall, a dark crescent-shaped sinkhole cuts into the shelf. Fallen rocks from the walls are strewn across the sand. We're going down. From 20 meters down, 28. Pretty deep. Anything over here? Thick bloated roots poke through the rock wall and something pulses within them. A rare chance to take a root sample. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Root sample. Pokey poke. Just a little tickle. A little tickle of your little toes. Bloat root. Bloated root sample from beneath the stalk forest. Ooh, ah. Only the one sample? Yeah, only the one sample. That's still cool. I can take that back. Back to the lab. And I don't think there was a way to go further south. Yeah, I didn't see anything. Okay, up. Up, back to 20 meters below the surface. And north, I guess. Or maybe I can go... I gotta go that way, but I need to move some things. Also, my brain was like, saw that you came in, Decibel Blast, but I don't think I actually said hello. Sometimes my brain does that. My brain does that because I'm dumb and I forgot to take my Ritalin today. So just a second. If y'all have supplementary brain chemicals that you're supposed to be taking and you have also forgotten, now's a good time. It's a reminder. Don't forget to take the pills. I also feel like, unrelated note, has anyone seen this Elephantari around? I haven't caught him on streams this last week. I'm a little worried. I think I saw him post somewhere on Discord, but I was just like, wonder if he's been doing okay. Okay, I gotta get back out through these spores. Oh no, and that one exploded at me. Well, might as well be gross. Go get a sample. Yeah. Fart colonies, yeah, okay. North, I guess. Meeting after meeting. Lame. I hope your meeting goes smoothly and it's not too much of a hassle. Reef bloat. Yeah, there we go. Got enough observations. Large, bloated stalks that burst easily, expelling toxic microbes. Their movement suggests unseen processes. That's enough data to log and classify these inflated stalks. I'm going to call them bloat stalks. Bloat stalk. Bloated stalks, precisely spaced out. Are we damaging the colony by disturbing them? Seems unlikely the bloats are individually diseased. Growth patterns suggest a system, a process. Foggy covering melted away by bloat. This rock has a dull metallic sheen, spectrums of light reflecting across its surface. Neat. Beyond these stalks, I can see a sheer ridge rising to the north. I hope I can get through all here. North of here, angular ridge ascends, cutting the shelf in two. The only way further north is to cross the rift to the east of here. Okay, well, if I can't go further north, I guess I'll just go back that way, I hope. Oops. I want travel. Yeah. Tucked into the side of the corroded rock, a pile of stones with wormholes sits in the sand. Hole? Or within a hole, something glitters. Oh. Sample to collect here. Oh, hey, look, it's a little thing. I haven't seen a little thing in a while. An animal egg. Oh. Striped eggs. That's probably... Oh, dang it. Get over here. I want to... Wait for the little guy to come back in and scan. Spore catchers! Yeah. I should be able to get some spores so I can get out of here. Oops, not quite in circle. There we go. Oh my goodness, it's a business memo.
At best, I'm doing it. I'm doing it here, and I'm doing it in my stream, and I'm managing the mute. I'm doing okay, Perf. I'm doing fine. Managing.
Doing fine. Hey, memo. Last work day before vacation. Hell yeah! You looking forward to vacation time? Have you told your kiddos it's vacation time? Are they looking forward to vacation time? Do they understand what vacation time is? My twins, even after a full year of school, didn't quite understand what summer vacation meant. And I was like, okay. And they're still not quite sure, but... Hyped as heck. You have lots of fun plans, you're going places? You're going places and doing things? Somewhere I can go? Reef stocks. Reef stocks. Well, maybe I can close that. There we go. Yeah, no, okay. Oh. It's gotta go back the way I came. Luckily, the stocks have stayed down since then. Did I go over here? Ooh, cruise with family and in-laws, but luckily everyone gets along. That's nice when family and extended family get along okay. Glittering stocks, bubblekin stocks keep their distance from the bloats as if they know the danger they pose to the stock colonies. Some more signal ones. Gotta be able to grab these samples. Grabbing a little sample, yeah. Well, I hope y'all have a great time. Oh, computer scan. Where else can I go? I can go over here. Sandy clearing. A pulse can be felt through the shelf from the north, making the sand ripple in small, soft waves. Pulsing growth sits in the middle of a strangely shaped clearing. Causes the stalks to grow like this. Is there something I'm not seeing here? Let's check that out. Then we can always go up to that other one. I don't really want to fight with the stuff down there if I don't have to. Regular reef stalks. These curving avenues of stock mark loose perimeter around each bloated growth. Bye. Excuse me, please. Run away and hide, little enemy fungi things. Yeah, that's the only way to go. Explosions are needed. I gotta get some more samples. Reef bloat. I want to go south. South. Maybe one more sample. You're free from the shout out. Freedom. Yeah, now you only get shouted out if I actually shouted you out. No more shout outs from the void. Doesn't stop me from telling people to go follow Wells, but I feel like, you know, you're a fun streamer to hang out at. Yeah, you can just pop in and yell at people. You can do what you want. You can do what you want. I get it. Let's see here. Where am I gonna go? This way, I guess. Follow these little clearings. I don't have to fight so much. Like they're already here checking me out. Damn. Oop. Poor catcher. Clouded shell. Ooh. Fragments of a shell recently shed. The lint in the sand. What creature left these? Quick, let's get a sample of a shell of a fish thing. Clouded shell. The cloud pattern. That's, I think, the bigger things make those. The stalk scrapers. Because they have little patterns on them. That the only... Yeah, okay, I gotta go back that way then. And I guess I gotta go back this way. And... What, did I go this way? Sampling available. I got lots of samples. I think I went that way before, so I think I better go back this way. Get out of this area. I do have pretty full sample containers. There's where I got dropped off before. I'm getting pretty low on power. I should probably go back here. Wonder if I need to be at a way station to call for a pickup. Okay, yeah, singing stock. Okay, let's go here. Oh yeah, I can just like recharge. Nice, okay. Now, I want to go back down because it told me on the map that there was samples I could get somewhere. Upper forest, boar catchers, sting stalks, raw reef stalk. I can use a spore to get past this. Yeah. And there's samples I can get over here. There's more spores. Grab this. Yeah. More of the shrill sack. That's fine, because I need shrill sacks to, get past that stuff. Okay, I'll grab one more. And then I can drop one on there. Probably just more spores, but I'm going to take a quick peek. Shrill sack, shrill sack, shrill sack. Oh, scraper, sing stalks. That was an interesting sound. What's over there? What's over here? Yeah. Something I can sample. Stock bark. That'll be good. What's the bark? Bark colony, eggs, shells, bark. Okay. Let's just do a quick scan. Double check things here. Brief stocks, sing stocks, overgrown pass. I went through there before. Feeding grounds. A lot of activity among the rocks. Creatures grazing on living among the stock. Kind of just want to take all these things back and scan them. Then I can also take a look at the big map again. And now I know for sure that I can retrieve myself from wherever. I was thinking it'll take 4.2 hours of downtime. Damn. Okay, let's can I shift click them? No? Okay, I gotta drag them manually. It's fine. Sample analysis. Clouded shell. Analyzing. Complete. Stalk scraper taxonomy updated. Thanks. Nope, stock mark. Okay, these are the egg sacs. Yeah. Egg sample from a spore line nest. I can release those back to the wild. Below thing taxonomy updated. Microbial colony updated. Let's read some taxonomical information. Spore catcher. Analysis of the spore catcher egg show a strong correlation between the minerals it contains and the minerals present within the spore catcher, or within the catcher's favored spores. Seems that through the spores, stocks are able to affect the catcher's egg production, therefore controlling the volume, traits, and behavior of the catchers within any area of the reef. In a sense, the stocks have domesticated the catchers, leaving the two intrinsically linked as species. But the question of what the catchers provide the stocks remains. Do catchers serve a specific purpose? Consuming unwanted or incorrectly configured spores, for example? Or are they kept for other reasons? Could the catchers be kept by the stocks for their companionship, social use, just as humans keep pets? Oh, neat. Little flappy flaps. Little siphon flaps and flippity flips. Visual and oral sensorium. Like little sea butterflies. I like that. Analysis of stock bark shows that it's chitin base. It is chitin base as suspected, containing glucose and high levels of polysaccharides. This makes it an ideal food source for the scrapers, but not only this, it makes stalk membrane a vital substance for lichen scraper shell formation. The more stalk membrane consumed, the larger and thicker the scraper shell will become, which explains the variance in scraper shell size and translucency. Going further, the shells may also be markers of a stalk scraper's importance within the community. A larger shell means more effective grazer and therefore a more preferable partner. Further analysis of scraper shells will be needed to continue this line of inquiry. The chemical analysis of stalk scraper shell confirms that not only are they made from stalk membrane materials, their distinctive cloudy coloration comes from stalks too. Stalk coloration, like most fungal coloration, is reflective of the local water acidity in the medium a fungus grows in. This variance of amber, orange, and yellow, and even green pigments is passed directly to the scraper shells when consumed, resulting in beautiful whorls and blobs of color. A scraper shell is a living record of every stalk colony it has fed on, and therefore a marker of territory and social standing. Scraper shells could be used to help study the entire reef and its shifting ecosystem. Each one is a chemical map of the local history, readable for those who can learn the significance of its forms. Oh neat, there's the little scrapers. They're top-sided wimpy shells, and the bottom squishy bits. Scratchy, scratchy. That would also look pretty cool. Only anything that's kind of crustacean-y, really. Fungal stalks, the thing stalk. We got some behavior things, but we still need more info for those. Analysis of the stalk bark sample has given... We'll add in a minute here. Has given some new insight into the sing stalks. Their entire biology is compressed into chitin plates that surround each specimen. They're completely hollow. In fact, rather than being a single large stalk, sing stalks are actually many spirally entwined stalks, which weave together to form a pillar-like shell. The scraping of these stalks as they move against one another produces that stalk's harmonic hum, which may not be a form of communication with other colonies as first thought, and instead some kind of internal metronome there to synchronize the movement of each individual stalk within the weave of shells. But if the sing stalks are the bark that surrounds them, this brings a new question. What do sing stalks contain? Further analysis is needed. Reef bloat. Behavior. Laboratory analysis of the microbial colonies found within the reef bloats, the spark colonies, as I've come to call them, so that these microbes are not a group of typically associated with stalk colonies. In fact, spark colonies appear to be made up of highly modified algae with a wide metabolic range, able to consume carbon dioxide, oxygen, metal, and toxic compounds with equal ferocity when supplied with a source of life. When metabolizing these substances, spark colonies produce a regular flow of charged electrons, making them ideal for use within a microbial fuel cell, or MFC. Their suitability for this use is suspicious. Are these really naturally occurring microbes? And why are they found only within reef bloats? Something isn't right here. Something is thus. Finding a root sample from a reef bloat has brought with it confirmation that the reef bloats are not manufacturing spark colonies, but instead modifying, metabolizing, and processing them. Analysis of the bloat root system has shown the presence of microbes at various stages of modification, including those that have been entirely detoxified and the rampant metabolism neutered. If all reef bloats are connected via this root system, then they may be part of a large-scale cleanup operation with the aim of eradicating these aggressive microbes. Reef bloats are not disease stalks then, but powerful biological engines which are fueled by the local stalk colonies. The scale of this operation suggests that for the stalks, the spark microbes are a significant threat. Oh wow. So usually these units would be skinny, but these are all bloated out, blop, 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 and full of those microbes. Sensory stalks, the chitinous seams, the bulging discolored plates.
Messages will be right back.
I don't have any information on the little bacterias though. Well, I'm gonna take the No, I don't want to. I want to transfer them back. Wait, did scanning them again do something? No, okay. Sample storage, there we go. I felt bad having the eggs. So I can use those, the spores, the barks, doesn't matter. But I feel better keeping the eggs, so I want to put them back out in the wild. Okay. This time I'm gonna want to go to the east. And I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go check on my kid. Okay. Kids seem to be doing all right. They are not fussing or fighting or causing a kerfluffle. They're just chilling and playing Minecraft. They're probably going to want a snack my next break, though. And I will get them some fruit at that time. Yeah. Alrighty. Well, I am back, so I'll type back. Appreciate your patience. Okay, so this time I wanted to go down and, if possible, to the east. How eastwardly can I go? Can't go that way, so I gotta go over here. Which means I need samples. Feel kind of bad, so I'm just putting those eggs back out there. Take an egg. Yeah. Okay, so I gotta find a sample plant first. Or maybe I can go up and around. No, because there's that big chasm right there. I don't think that's gonna let me travel any further. Okay. Layered outcrop. Pale strata of this rock might be an ancient story, or tells an ancient story. It might be. Might there be a fossil record within such rocks waiting to be discovered? These rifts and canyons carved by the currents, or are they violent fractures and not smoothed by erosion? This feature rises steeply towards the jagged edge of the reefs, splitting the strong currents like the head of an axe. Okay, let's try going there. We'll head down here. Oops, that's not going places. Doop, doop. Stop. Select. Travel. This should have some spore things, though. Some little, yeah. Little sack. Which I will need to get past those other areas if I have to go that way. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Again? Yeah. Split gullies. These gullies lead along among the tall outcrops of the northern edge, the currents and open waters beyond. Okay, I can go north or south there, basically. Well, let's go up here first, because, I mean, I think I can loop around. Or I might be blocked. Let's find out. Blocks block the gully, but also the strong currents behind. Even if we clear them, those currents will block our passage. Okay. Can I go there? No. Not without dropping some spores, and I don't really feel the need to do so quite yet. Let's try going this way instead. And we'll see what's over here. Maybe I can follow this south. Ooh. Cave entrance. Cut into the side of the rift. Fungal creatures, yeah. Let's check the rift edge. Vector blocked, okay. What about... Oh, over there, okay. Hidden shelf. Oh. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Round mouth of the cave stretches away into the rock. Stalks them quietly in the dark. We's exploding. Strange evenness to the walls of this cave, almost as if it was a vast borehole drilled into the reef. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Oh, there's some more plants in here. Same old information. Oh. More plants. Deep into the rock now, form these hollowed out caverns with their strange undulating wall. Okay, what's down here? Sample candidate, protecting a small underground colony. This tall stalks. Signature coating of bubbles glints even in the dark. Versus cave starts to get tight here in the shadows ahead. The stalks crowd the tunnel. Okay, so let's go down and get a sample first. Probably just more of the spores, but you know, we'll check it anyway. Haven has severed some section of the stalk's root network, stretching almost from the forest, stretching down from the forest above. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, let's take a look for sample. Probably was more of the drill sacks. Okay, let's grab one because I think I have a couple already. Yeah, I don't need more for any particular reason. But let's go over here. We'll see if there's something interesting about fungal tissue, question mark. Okay, something new. Something different. What's this say? Tangle of silken roots from a stalk colony, carbon enriched. Neat. That'll be cool to analyze back home. Now, hopefully this maybe takes us out, or maybe these are the samples I was looking for off of the overhead map. A mesh of stalks. The ground and the stalk had like a lamp that resemble little oversized worms. Let's just get past them. See what's over here. There's another way up or something interesting. Bright light from the east of this large cavern is broken by tall pillars, casting stripes of light and dark across the smooth walls. Like how I like their descriptions, even though the game doesn't, like, doesn't show them. Like, you have like an idea. I've seen enough underwater exploring things. Docks on both sides. What's in the middle here? These pillars punctuate the cavern, stalks sprouted around their bases. They support a vast weight of the reef above. Oh, okay. Now you're giving me anxiety. Great. Because this is like a ravine, like a rift. So this probably opens out to the rift, and then these are holding up the shelf above us. Oh, there's something big over there. A sporing stalk. These dome stalks are pumping out clouds of short-lived spores. They look like oversized mushrooms. Something different. Pulsing growth. These bloated creatures are pumping out clouds of spores. Let's check out. Maybe I've got some actual real spores. There we go. Clump of spores that seem to stimulate stalk growth. Interesting. Could these spores be used to make stalks extend or bring them out from hiding? Oh, we should test them on a retracted colony. Oh. Any more? No, okay. Interesting. These stalks seem to be shriveling up because they are exposed to the rift's current. Maybe that's why these spores... Unlike the other stalk spores that seem to survive until they settle, these spores dissolve the moments after they're released. These seem to require particular conditions to grow. I've seen so few elsewhere on the reef. In other words, these are the first ones we've seen. Okay, those ones are retracted, but I just want to get a couple more samples. I want to make sure that I have enough to run a test as well as bring home to scan. Oh, they do. They do pop out. Current here is so strong. Current must have run down those walls at some point. Now there's a bunch of spores. That's fine. I'll make them go away. They'll hide. They'll retract like coral polyps and anemones. Oh, something's rapidly moving over there. Another signal stock. They're way up over here. They're retracted. Perhaps we can make them extend, and it would block the current. Let's give it a try. Yeah. And those have blocked the current, at least a little bit. They did. They can be encouraged to fill the tunnel. These soothe spores, we control the stocks to our advantage. This will be useful. No. Okay. Pulsing grow. I want to make sure I scan both of these. Protecting the drift wall, the shelf protects from the fast flowing currents. The logic to how these grow. Okay, we're probably going to need a few more of these, so let's find some more soothing spores. Oops. Okay. So if I get these to grow, look out. Out low, look, out in the rift, an retracted stock colony. If we can get them to extend, they'll provide shelter from the current. Then we can get across. Handful of stalks cling to the wall here. Let's go down. Then I'm going to want to go over probably. After I... Okay, I'm going to scan. Make sure I get these scanned. And then I can slow the current here. Vector clear. Can I get across, though? No. No across. Oh, but it looks like there will be an across. Ooh, I should really get across there, maybe? Maybe. Okay, so yeah, I think I can get over here. How nice. We're across. Thank you, stock. Oh, and thanks to you too. Yeah, you're welcome. I think that's the way out of the cave. Up we go. Whoa, wow, that's a lot of... These stalks are twisted together into a huge canopy. Incredible. They are pulsing as the pores across their surface open and close. These canopies are spectacular. I'll start logging observations. Let's see what we can find out about them. Plant-like creatures seem unrelated to the stalks or soft petals waving on thin stems. Bright petals. These bright wide petals appear to be photosynthetic plants. They float on long stems, shifting and swaying in the water. Oh, these are beautiful plants. Single petal shifting in the sun. Let's start logging data on them. Oh, it feels good to be out in the sunlight again. Let's head northeast along the finger of the reef. The transponder's at the tip. I see a little way station there too. And this bright petals. Each plant seems to have a single wide petal. They group together, forming fields of blooms, all angled towards the sun. More fungal creatures. Fill sands, fractured outcrop all around, break up the worst of northern current, protecting the sandy shelf. Colony of stalks is twisted. Yeah, they cross this gap. Could they be protecting something? Let us travel over here. Then we'll do a little scan. Oh, there's another big canopy. I like how they're forming like a tight, circular, like, shape. The coloration of these canopies is much lighter than the other stalks. They glow pale yellow in the light of, I believe, 667 cc's 3 sun. This towering canopy of woven stalks pulsates in the soft current, the sunlight dripping through the gaps in its branches, stippling. The petals seem to shimmer as they twist open. Difficult to tell if it's involuntary or part of the plant's own movement. Outcroppings of the shelf are cut with huge cracks, like they were shattered somehow. What could have done that? Okay, well, I've got some of these. I can go that way. And get a better look at whatever they're doing over here. Ooh, exposed roots. Take a look at what this little colony's got. We can do a little sample of these units. Yeah. What kind of roots are these? Canopy roots. Root of a stalk canopy made of many twisted filaments. Okay. And one more time just in case. Yeah, I already looked at those. Okay. Reef stalks. Can I get through there? No, I'm gonna have to tell them to move it. I like to move it, move it. We like to move it, move it. We like to move it, move it. We like to move it. Broken boulder. Stalk canopy high above canopy. I can see the stalks are twisted around strange ribbed growths. Wonder what they're holding up there. Many gaps in the higher stalks. Is it something has fallen out or been removed? Nothing to take a sample of. Signal stalk. On some of the petals, there's a thick clump of pollen on the lower part. I wonder how this is dispersed. It seems too heavy to float away. I can't go over there either. So let's go up here. Stalk looks silently over the rift. Wonder if many looked over the same view with different eyes. Anyway, we need some of these signal stalks. Always good to have a couple. Oh, there we go. Oops, wrong button. Grabby, grabby. Damn it, come on, Nox. Grab, grab, click. Grab, grab. Grab, grab. Okay. I assume it's because up here, we have to get past these. Oh, a slash dog. I'm gonna have to toss a sample, I guess. Flap. Table stalks is what we're calling these. I've named them table stalks after the table corals they remind me of. I'll lock my notes back at the base. Towering canopies of stalks entwined around root growths. They pulse their spores, systematically open and close. And I can get a sample of something here. Stalk segments. Okay. I guess I gotta go south again. Wait, no, I can go out into the water. Strong current. Yeah, no, can't go there. Okay. Glittering stalks. I already got my little spores from that. And there was nothing, yeah, nowhere I can go from there. I think I have to come down here and then up on this side. Interesting. Just got something to say about that. News this thing. I'm going to name these plants shimmering blooms for the way they catch the sunlight. I wish I could share these discoveries with Minette. There's so much to say. I'm sure she's already discovered them all too. Shimmering blooms, wide single petal plants, come in a variety of hues, appear to be primarily photosynthetic, and produce a heavy, furry-looking pollen. Bright petals. Let's go. And there's samples I can get. Let me just, I am full of samples. Not let something go. Stock roots. Okay, I'll let go of a stock root and a root. Come on, let me let it go. Pollen. Okay. Scan. What's over here? A reef cap. Dome mushroom-like stalks that appear to be supporting struggling stalk colonies with supply of special spores. Interesting. A thriving colony fed by spores. Is that another way station? Sure looks like it. Shimmering blooms, shimmering bloom, reef stalks. This thing's producing things and stuff. We can download some beats from the way station. Okay, open the terminal. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Download data. The log suggests many was using this as some kind of staging ground for expeditions over the drop-off. Yeah. She was looking for something out in the ocean. Something deep from the descent she logged here. Minnie doesn't do things at random. The way stations, the research base, calculated. I feel like we're already 10 steps behind her and we've barely even started. Let's go to that suit transponder. It isn't far from here. We had to head straight north to the shelf's edge. It should be there. Okay. Well, let's power ourselves back up because we're getting low. Hey, Veladan. Hey, Stiffzilla. Game's pretty cool. Like, I'm intrigued. I like it. It's pretty straightforward and simple. Like, you're like an AI or a digital mind interacting with a person who is in the EV suit that you are inside, like that you're controlling. So I get to do all like the little work while this person is kind of riding inside whatever vehicle is. And we are exploring the oceans of a faraway star system, like a trinary star system with a water planet. Discovering cool alien creatures and plants and logging them and taking samples and wandering around. And I'm digging it. It's a nice chill vibe. Which I think leads to a nice work lurk for a Thursday afternoon. Okay, we powered up, we've oxygened up. Split outcrop, like many of the large rocks on this shelf. This outcrop has been split, creating a passage to the east and another to the north. Okay, well, we want to go north. Let's go here first, and then north, I guess. Oh, it's another one of those big shrooms? Reef cap. Yeah. They produce spores and make everyone a little happier. Pulsing growth. Oh, I can get a sample from over there. Let's go grab a sample first and then go north. Because I am curious. And what do you need, sweetie?
I want
Deep dark? D-A-R-K. Deep dark. There you go. Why did you want something? Do you have things from the deep dark? Is that what you're looking for? Vector clear, let's travel. And we'll grab some spores. Anyway, spore samples, like over here and collect them. Soothe spore. Okay, yeah. These are pretty good. I have a couple already, but I'll grab one more. That can make the plants pop out from where they're hiding. Let's go back this way because I want to get up here because that's where the suit. Okay. What about it? You want to find these things?
oh,
I don't know what that purple is in the middle, sweetie. Okay. Let me take a look. I'll Google it for you just a second. I gotta Google something for my kid here. Search for that a lodestone? No, a recovery compass.
I like the food.
So you need to make a regular compass in the middle. That's the one that's not showing up. And that so if you make a regular compass first, then you can put it in the middle and get a recovery compass. Okie dokie? Okay. I want to scan and go this way. And let's travel. And scan. And look. And travel. And scan. The tip of the shelf, the outcrop falls away to reveal an unrestricted view of the vast ocean. It's both terrifying and beautiful. I see something at the edge. Is that the suit? I don't know. Let's go find out. Renee's suit. Open, empty, and half sunk in the sand. Why would she leave it here? And more importantly, where did she go? Definitely Mine's suit, but no Mine. Surely she isn't... Okay, let's not jump to conclusions. I want to take a look at this. It can't have been here long. Most of it's still in good condition. But how did it get out here? There's no evidence of injury? Malfunction, perhaps? What do you think? I don't know. No, you're right. Then she left it on purpose and abandoned it. Did she intend us to find it? Mine, what did you get yourself into here? It's better equipped than our suit, but the seals have started decaying. And what's this? Oh, Mine has rigged up some kind of custom propulsion system, probably to deal with the currents. Well, we can use this. We'll need a power source. It won't run off the suit system. Seems like she fashioned some kind of microbial fuel cell. We'll need to recreate that if we want to use it. Okay, let's get this back to base so I can take a better look. Man, you better not have done something stupid. I didn't come all the way out here to bury you. Let's go. Off a drone pickup. Righto, let's link with the drone. And request retrieval. I dropped my chip. I dropped my chip. Oh my god, I don't even see it. I'll have to pick it up later. Back with me? Yes. Good to hear. Let me update you. Okay. Update away. For the last few hours working on Minae's suit, bad news is the majority of it's unusable. Apart from the propulsion system Minae pulled together, I need a new power source. Minae's suit logs mention her building a fuel cell using microbes from the Western Reef. Yep, we have some of those. But they don't say much else. She's been incredibly secretive while she was here. Covering her tracks across the reef as if something was watching. Or she's just... I don't know. The Minae I knew was tricky, complicated, but not paranoid. Either way, if we want to recreate her propulsion system, we'll need those microbes. When you're ready, let's head to the Western Stalk Forest and see what we can find. Yeah, we already found a bunch of stuff. Let's move some samples over. Because it's, these things. No, we've got lots of these. I'll put, like, a couple back. No, I'll keep a couple of these, too. I'll keep a couple. Shrill sacks. That's stuff on my base. Let's do the lab stuff first. And analyze some samples. There are new samples. The Soothe spore. Octopus spores. And these are the pollen. Okay. And this is the stock segment. These are roots. And these are roots. Okay. So everything here has been scanned. Let's see what the updates are in the taxonomies. So, we've got... I think we have everything we need to know about these two critters. They do have cool pictures, though. So this is like the concept art for the aliens, right? So here's like what the spore catchers, these guys cruise around and eat little spores that come off of the spore stalks. And these guys, the stalk scrapers, use their little scratchy bits to pull little pieces off, and they eat the bark off of the fungus trees. Let's see. A theory about the reef stalks. Close analysis of stalk root networks reveal something surprising. The root networks are in fact part of a symbiote, a different fungal species entirely, which exists within the stalk bodies. The fungal symbiote provides a carbon exchange network which runs throughout the bedrock of the reef, connecting all the colonies in a single web. The symbiote also produces spores which the stalks use to communicate, but these spores are edited by the stalks to act as reproductive agents, information carriers, and chemical delivery systems. If the stalks are able to edit genetic signatures of these spores and their parent species, their intelligence and complexity must be beyond what I previously theorized. Close analysis of the stalk spore language could reveal an entire corpus of communication. Are there stalk jokes, stalk histories, or even stalk literature? That's what one of the normal reef stalks looks like. They produce little growths and pores. The pores open and close and let like spores out and things in. And they have chitinous plates kind of protecting large parts of it. The dermal study, input spores, output spores, weird material. I dig it. Which what? Yep, so you got that is a recovery compass. I think it helps you find your body or find where you died. Let's see. Yeah, when held by the player, the recovery compass points towards the place that you last died. So if you dropped your stuff, it'll help you find it. That's what that blue compass does. What? What are you squeaking for? What do you want?
What is it?
What is which?
This.
You're just holding your switch. You're not pointing at anything. Oh, you want like that one in the corner there? A lodestone compass. Okay, and it says here the lodestone compass. Where did I see it? I'm gonna move my hand around. Just a second. Load stone compass. So you make it. So you make a lodestone. You use the compass on the lodestone, and it'll point back to that spot. So you can make that like in your town. You make a lodestone in your town and use your compass, and you can always find your way home. That'll always point back to home again. If you go exploring, you can use that to get back. Yeah? Okay. Sorry, help my kiddo out with his. You're lonely. Well, ask Rowan if he wants to play with you. Tell him you can bring the Switch upstairs. He can play in the bedroom if he wants. You could both play in there. It's nice and cool. You have the air conditioner on. Signal stalks. Chemical analysis of a signal stalk tissue sample has confirmed the presence of a yeast-like fungus and large amounts of ethanol saturated in the tissue itself. This prompts a rethink of why many creatures target the hard-to-get signal stalk as a foodstuff. While I initially theorized it was due to their role as protectors of the stalk colony, the significant presence of ethanol in a signal stalk tissue means that most creatures would feel the effects of alcohol consumed and may get buzzed from grazing on signal stalks. This, in moderation, be favorable, even enjoyable side effects for the creatures, leading them to repeatedly target the signal stalks. If I remain stranded on Gliese 667cc for long enough, I may need to make use of this particular biological property myself. Ooh. There's the signal stalks. They're much taller than others, and they have the shrill sac things. They have little subsidiary stalks. The shrill sac, they get let go and then pop and make a loud noise. So they're like little protector guys. Ooh, here's a new one, table stalk. I don't have full deets on these yet. Observation: pale yellow canopies formed from many stalks entwined together, which reach impressive heights. The table stalks are part of the reef's many interlocking species of stalks, though these individuals can only be found in the eastern reef. They tower over the other creatures, providing dappled shade for the life that grows around them. One of the notable features of the table stalk is the rhythmic opening and closing of their pores, which provides a steady flow of water beneath their canopies. This seems to be highly beneficial to the growth of other species, with most table stalks being surrounded by many types of stalks and other species entirely. Also notable are the ball-shaped growths of differing sizes which sit high in the table stalk canopies. Sampling these might help us understand the table stalks better. Analysis of the table stalk root shows the number of minerals not associated with stalk growth being extracted from the bedrock. Do the table stalks need these minerals to survive, or are they using them for some other purpose? A cross-section of the root shows a central chamber typical of carbon transfer systems seen in other stalks, but unlike those stalks, the table stalks have many subsidiary chambers, like a bundle of wires, each carrying a particular cocktail of mineral compounds. These secondary roots are not drawing up large amounts of these materials, just traces. But why? Perhaps there is some connection to those growths in the upper canopies of the table stalks. They are well secured by the stalk's tight binding, but perhaps you can find one that's been dislodged. I don't like that it won't let me click back. Or maybe I need to hit escape to click. Oh wait, no, there's a little arrow right there. Oh my god. Okay, I just noticed that. And the reef caps, these are also new. Large domed stalks, which, like terrestrial mushrooms, release spores from gills on the underside of the cap. In wider stalk ecology, reef caps appear to play a role of emergency response, growing in areas where the stalk colonies are failing or are heavily predated upon, and proceeding to shower them with spores. However, these spores seem to differ from those released by other species of stock in that they quickly dissolve when expelled. Analyzing these spores is important to better understanding the reef cap's role. Are they reproductive spores, tasked with adding newly seeded stocks to the existing colony, or nutrient spores, intended to boost the health of dying or diseased individuals? Soothe spores, the name by which I've come to call the reef cap spores, don't seem to be spores at all. Unlike modified spores of other stocks, these particles don't have any reproductive capacity. Instead, they resemble endospores, or dormant bacteria reduced to dried husk, which can survive for hundreds of years in toxic environments without nutrients. Endospores are incredibly tough and high in calcium, and when released by the reef caps, they dissolve and transfer this calcium to the surrounding environment where it's absorbed by the local stocks. This windfall of calcium granted by the cap soothe spore seems to allow stocks to augment their internal signaling and toughen their membranes to protect from predators, allowing them to recover rapidly. But the question remains, how do the reef caps produce those endospores? And now we also have some plants. That one's new. Shimmer blooms. Shimmer blooms are single-petaled plants found primarily in sheltered waters of the eastern reef. As they produce pollen as well as photosynthesize, I've classified the visible portion of these plants as petals, though they could be thought of as leaves, serving both functions simultaneously. Shimmering blooms can be green, like most terrestrial plants. However, they can also be found to be yellow, red, or purple in color. The image of a patch of blooms is a beautiful one. As they shift in the soft currents, they often seem to shimmer. The lower part of their single petal features many small stamens, which produce a fluffy, clumped pollen. Analysis of this pollen may provide some insight into their life cycle. We've recovered that. So laboratory analysis of the shimmer bloom pollen reveals it to be a heavy, sticky substance atypical of waterborne distribution. Unlike other terrestrial plants, like seagrass, whose pollen is distributed in the water currents and therefore long and light, shimmer bloom's spherical heavy pollen seems intended to resist distribution by the current and must instead be distributed by creatures that visit the blooms. The reason for this may be the shimmer bloom's tendency to grow on exposed shelves or pillars, which would risk lightweight water transport pollen being sucked into the deep ocean rather than distributed to the viable sites. By relying on creature transport, bloom pollen has a better chance of reaching another sunlit shelf or pillar. Quite an interesting ideas. And there should be some information here from another chapter. Personal log from Dr. Ellery. Monet's suit open to the ocean, empty. What has she done? I'm trying hard to reconcile the Monet I once knew with the evidence in front of me. When I met her on Kepler 62F, she was intense and quiet, but calculated, intelligent. She wasn't someone to take unnecessary risks or to leap into the unknown. At first, I found her impossibly intimidating. Her experience working as a biologist far outstripped my own. Baikal brought me to the site as a consultant to examine her discoveries, but I felt like the one under examination. The base was much like this one, a smaller, older model, sunk in a subglacial ocean. Some might think a relationship was inevitable, given those intimate conditions, but it wasn't the base that brought me to her, it was the intensity. Over the few years since, I have tried not to dwell on what happened on Kepler 62F, but being here, living where she lived, following her scattered steps, impossible to not remember. Oh. You guys had a thing? Eyebrows, eyebrows, eyebrows. Wah, wah. Wah, chicken. Ugh. Just a second. Okay, so we need to find more stuff. Yeah, I was gonna try. I want to keep some of those. already scanned those, but I guess, I mean, that's... Maybe we just need more. Okay. Dive map, I want to go way over there, so I gotta go to the central reef. At least now I can go to both sides. And we want to head to way over here, where those explodey guys was. Whoops, I forgot I had a cup of ice. I was going to pour some soda in. And I'm going to pour off the melted water really quick here. Oh. Ah, shoot. I'm making a mess. I'm making a mess. Ah, Jesus. Spilling water everywhere. Why do I do this to myself? Where do I go from here? I don't have a neck in that body. Shoot. There we go. Knew I had some napkins somewhere. Okay. That's all good. And a little bit of cream soda. It was nice and cold from the fridge, but I kind of let it sit for too long on my desk. It's bottle. Nice little treat. Ah, perfect. Okay, so we want to head down that way. There are samples available over here, but of what? Glittering stalks, okay. Don't care. I have a couple of spores I can get through here. No, not collecting. Rich rat! And... South, okay, I think I want things from one of these guys. Not the signal stock, but the bloat ones. Can't get any here though, can I? No, I gotta find one that's exploded. Guess I'm probably gonna want a couple more signal stocks. So let's go here. Yeah. Oops. Grab sample. Grab sample. Grab sample. Okay, so now I can clear out some space. Can I get some samples over here? Over here. No, it's the signal stock. So I want the bloat ones. Still no samples though. Okay, well let's go past this one. Surely that one's gotta have some samples, right? Dang it, come on. Oh, that made it blow up. There we go. Oh, that one's contained. Is that the only one? Okay, we've got it. But they are incredibly toxic. Ugh. Dude's having to flush vents with that lot. So we're going to need to be fast when sampling these bloats. Let's get another 3 colonies. Okay. Careful, I don't want to run out of oxygen out here. Yeah, that's fair. No, you know, I should go get a couple more signal ones, because I'm gonna need to use them. Grabby, grabby. Grabby, grabby. Grabby, grabby. And... yeah. Grab, grabby. Go, go, go. Yeah. But where did this infection come from? The stock seem to be struggling to deal with it. Or is this part of their expected life cycle? What do you think? I don't know. Yeah, I agree. This feels like a rare event, like an epidemic perhaps? I wonder what the source is. Either way, let's bring these back to the base as soon as we can. Analyze the samples there and call the pickup. Yeah, so I got 2 samples at the base, I think. Plus 2 samples here, which I think should be enough, I guess. Oh, my kids are yelling at each other. This is the norm for my kids. No, I don't think they're yelling at each other. I think they're playing. They get really animated when they're playing it together. Especially if they're playing Minecraft together. They'll be like yelling instructions to each other. Three, 4 samples. Okay. Let's go down. I was going to scan some more things, but I guess I don't need to. I already read this. Working on the thing, I've used 4 of those samples to grow a new colony in the lab. Okay, there I transferred it to a secure containment capsule, nice and snug. Followed what I could from Renee's notes, building microbial fuel cell. Ah, geez. Wait, what? Slow Joe? Slow Joe? How dare you stream while I'm streaming so I couldn't watch your stream? How could you? Who's done this? Oh my god, I'm a goose. I'm a person. I'm a goose. I'm a person. And a goose. And there's ads. Oh my dear God. Ads. Sorry for anyone who's not subbed and is now in ad, and who doesn't have, if anyone doesn't have a sub or doesn't have Turbo, I apologize. Your timing was impeccable for my weird times that I start stream. Oh my goodness. Hi, Yo-Yo. Hi, Can't Stand It. Hi, Slow Joe. How dare you? How dare you do this to me? My beams. You got 267 keys. But if you were streaming while I was streaming, that means I couldn't watch you stream. That's not fair. That's not fair, Slow Joe. I'm sad face. I'm sad now. Hey, Veladon, welcome back. Oh my god. All out of honk juice. Then you gotta lurk some more, can't stand it. You gotta hang out and get them points. Bump up your numbers. Because it's not expensive. That's why people can spam it. What were you up to, Slow Joe? Also, hi, the Spectral Wolf, and hi, Blue Boxy. I'm just sort of scrolling up through things here. Hi, hello again, Stuffzilla and Veladan. And just write it. It doesn't tell me what you were up to. Were you just chilling? Were you playing a game? Were you chatting? It was a dumpster fire, so I didn't miss much. Why do I need to scroll? Because I like going up and seeing who came in, and it's not. I don't have big chat things. I'm just looking at my OBS chat because that's the window I have, so I don't miss Nimble's messages. I forgot to set my game category earlier. Well, it's not so much I forgot. I thought I set it, but it didn't update. And then it was all, you're still playing Fallout, and I'm like, I'm not playing Fallout. What is this nonsense? I wasn't playing Fallout. But Walsp let me know, and I was like, oh shit. So I fixed it. So I'm playing the space game. I need to lower their expectation. I mean, yeah, you know, you may be the reason. I mean, very distracting. Chat can be very distracting. Oh no, yo. Gotta have some expectations. I expect everything to go wrong all the time, and it works perfectly for me. I'm usually pleasantly surprised that things don't go wrong. Or at least not as wrong as my brain thinks they should have gone. Like, you never know, right? That's how it is. Right? I like calling myself an optimistic realist. You know, I'm you know, constantly I expect things to go sideways and not work out the way I expect them to work out. And then I let it, you know, and then when things turn, you know, but I still hope that things are going to be good. I expect them to be shitty. I hope that they'll be good. And usually they're somewhere in between. Oh, and your oldest almost immediately doxed you. Yeah, luckily my kids don't know much of anything. They're 6. They don't know our street address. I should probably get them to learn it. It might be important, but we don't, you know, I'm a full-time mom. It's not like they have to tell someone. They just have to be like, call mom. And then I go help out if they're at school, which is like 2 blocks from where we live. So even if they had to do something, I'm right there. Like they'll learn their numbers and addresses at some point. I don't know. Kids. Flojo's had a lot of input. Yeah. Like my kids are used to this now. Like I was doing it enough during the time that they were at school, and then like occasionally on the weekends, and they understand the streamers to a degree, but it's still like summer break. They're still home full time. She muted them, mom yelling. Yeah, I try. I don't really yell at my kids too much. I don't have to. They're still on that age where they're still pretty cooperative and not a complete disaster. They do come and bug me sometimes. I have to firmly tell one of them to not touch my keyboard while I'm playing games sometimes because he wants to help. Because depending on the game, I used to let him like use the keyboard to WASD and move me around, or use the spacebar to jump, or he can stand on the other side while I'm like holding the mouse and I'll point to a thing and then let him click the buttons to shoot stuff. It's kind of how that goes. Oh, you had your own stream. I have done that so many times. Usually I have the stream volume so quiet that I don't notice right away, but I eventually end up being like, what's going on? And so what I do, Flojo, to like stop that from happening is before I start any stream, I go up to the top of the tab because I use Chrome. I don't know if it works the same in Firefox and some of the other ones, but I just right click on the tab itself and I click mute site so that absolutely nothing I open on Twitch is going to make sound in my browser. So if I open up my mod view, it doesn't accidentally have my stream playing, or if I'm on my stream preview, it doesn't have the volume on. And that way I can also, I can safely lurk and check other streams accidentally. You know, if I want to see who's doing what while I'm streaming, to keep an eye on where I want to raid to. So I always lurk on a channel before I go raid over there, just to make sure that I'm not missing them saying that they're about to leave. I try not to like raid straight to someone who's raiding out type of thing. So like, you know, I'll be like lurking on a channel that I might raid out to, and this way the sounds can't accidentally come in and mess me up. So that's what I do. I right click on the tab and I mute the site, and then as soon as I finish raiding out, I unraid, like I unmute the site so I can hear where I'm raided to. Because I'm a professional now or something. I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like that way I don't accidentally, you know, if someone links something, or if I want to click on someone's stream, if I do a, you know, I 100%, I got, as soon as I raid out, I hit stop streaming, I click on unmute so I can be like, what did they say? I'm saying hello now. And then I have the same thing with like with YouTube, I have it set, like I use an add-on called Audio Pick, so that all YouTube will always go to my secondary audio input, so it doesn't get onto my VODs by accident. That way, if I'm listening to something, it's not gonna be muted in the VOD, it'll be just for the stream. And then, or if I click on a link by accident, that, you know, if someone shares a link, I can click on it and it's quiet and not someplace else. Oh, I use, it's probably available in most things, but I use, where is it? I'll put my extensions really quick because then I can link it. Yeah, where does... So the extension I use is called Audio Pick. It's like this. And I have it in Chrome. And what it does is it gives me a little box where I can select what audio output for that active tab. So I can set it for a whole site, so that site always gets to a certain audio output, or I can set it for a specific one for a period of time. So I could pick for myself, I could have it go through my primary input, my secondary input, my speakers specifically, my headphones specifically, things like that. You have ads again? How? I had regular ads. I just finished running them 10 minutes ago. There should be no pre-rolls. Oh, you took your whole VOD down just to make sure you didn't hear the whole name. Slowjo, you can edit your VOD so that you can cut out that part if you need to, and then put it back up if you wanted to have the VODs up. You gave Veladan your serving of ads. Nice. But yeah, I really like Audio Pick. I think it's probably available for most browsers. Like it's like, and it lets me just sort of pick what audio source. So I have like my primary audio source, and that's where all my games and stuff go, and my secondary audio source is where all of my alerts that might have any potentially copyrightable stuff in, so they don't go onto my VOD, and also where YouTube will play so it doesn't go into my VODs. Because my VODs then go onto YouTube, because that's where I back up all my VODs. And that way also, if so that way I'm being doubly sure, because most of the time if I'm playing music on stream, it's usually like DRM, or not DRM free, royalty free. Like it's like royalty free synthwave, but I still don't want that on my VOD. Like on my VOD, it's just going to be me talking in my game tracks and my game music, and some of the alerts that have music that is less of like, you know, that doesn't get muted. Or if it does, the only ones I ever get is like that, not Pedro. I have one of my gift sub alerts has the Napoleon Dynamite, and that one always gets like that little tiny clip gets it so it's not viewable in Russia, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck. It's available everywhere else, so I don't care. And the same thing with the I just want to be part of your symphony. That one also gets me, it's blocked for Russia, but nowhere else. Like it doesn't have a problem on YouTube. Like almost all my alerts I can play normally. So it's just weird, right? Like the worst case, usually I just get, like I don't get any strikes. I don't have anything like that. It's fair use for what I'm doing because they're like 10-second clips or whatever. But I guess because it still gets flagged it's not viewable in Russia. And I'm like, I don't care if my shit's not viewable in Russia. Down with the bullshit. Like, I feel bad for the average grub person who lives in Russia because they have a shitty government. Shitty fucking government. But, you know, they places that have shitty governments, and the people that live there often don't know any better because they're living in like the information dictatorships that don't let them know any better. You know, if they's gonna be ignorant, they're gonna be ignorant, and they don't know the difference. They don't know better, and if they don't know better, it's hard to get them to understand situations. Ugh. I don't even like to think about the world. The entire world is going to fucking hell in a handbasket, and here I am. I'm just exploring a little water world in a faraway star system. We're space adventurers. I'm a space goose. Space goose, just goosing around. I felt appropriate. I'm like, this could be like a scuba suit. I could be an underwater goose, or it could be a space goose. The one problem with the goose thing, because I have it tied to the hotkey that switches to the goose skin, is that if anything, whenever it triggers, it bounces me back off again, and I'm like, aw dang. Aw dang. Okay, dive map. We need to go places. Okay, we need to go up there this time. Because now we have new batteries and a new propulsion system in our submersible suit. Like, I'm envisioning something like the Minotaur suit from Subnautica. I think I am the AI that runs that. Yeah, I got like a little GIF that I made that I edited out from I think it's from Black Butler, but like I felt like it was appropriate. So it's got like the little do's. So we will go to the Central Reef and then I'll head north. Yeah, I've been having a pretty good day. I've had some variety of beverages. I forgot to take my Ritalin until after I started Scream, so I'm all like, okay, now I have the focus. Before I was kind of like, why am I feeling so like blah 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 blah? And that was why. And that's like the I don't know, the professional technical term, just feeling blah blah blah. Yeah, hey, good reminder. That's what I did earlier. I was like, reminder to anyone who forgot to take their supplementary brain chemicals and or other prescribed medications. Run! I'm supposed to take my Ritalin twice a day, and recently I've just been remembering in the middle of the day, and I'm not going to take it late. Like, normally I would be like, I'll take it at 9 in the morning, and I'll take it again at like 3 in the afternoon. Because that helps me when, you know, get through the day and then deal with the kids in the afternoon. So instead, I'm taking it at like 1 in the afternoon and being like, I can't take another one at like 6 or 7 at night or I won't sleep. So I'm using like half as much Ritalin as I'm supposed to, but I also care because in the mornings, it's summer break. It's not like I have to get up and do a bunch of shit in the morning. I just have to kind of take care of the kids, get them snacks, play some games, try to convince them to look at some books and not just play Minecraft. Yeah, I guess you're in an earlier time zone than me, so I mean, if it's already 3:30, you're probably closer to dinner time, right? You're still apprehensive. This is my favorite thing so far, is I had so much pushback against the ADHD diagnosis. Like, I didn't even want to be tested for ADHD, but they bundled it in with my assessments for autism. Like, I was like much more, I'm trying to think of a good word. Like, I was much more accepting and or seeking an explanation for my behavior that tied with how I was, and autism was the answer for that. But it didn't explain everything. And like my family doctor for like years, at first he was like, well, you're definitely neurodivergent. You're probably also ADHD. And I'm all like, no, I couldn't be ADHD. I don't respond well to stimulants. And he's like, listen, it's different with ADHD. Like, things like coffee isn't the same as taking methylphenidate or one of those other things, like the brain chemicals aren't the same. And I was like, I sure remember, and I'll be like, but let's let's deal with my anxiety first, and then let's deal with the autism, and I'll do some therapy, and we'll work on some better, strategies. And taking, so I have an anxiety med. I just take it's just a low dose. Like, it just helps take the anxious edge off. So I'm on like sertraline, which I think is, I don't remember what what the brand name is. Like the generic is sertraline, and I want to say it's something like Zoloft. I don't fucking know though. I don't buy brand name drugs. I get generic drugs because we're in Canada and they're free for me to get that way. So I don't question it. I'm just like, whatever. They give me a thing, and I just take a little bit. I just have like a little. I think it's like a 10, 25. It's a 25 milligrams, so it's not a lot. I take it once a day in the morning. And it helps me not be a panic attack having disaster, so I can go outside of my house and go grocery shopping and not have the cold sweats and run through the store grabbing all my groceries and run away from the cashier as soon as I'm done. I can actually take my time and buy my groceries, and I still feel stressed out about it, but it's a completely different kind of stressed out. The kind of stressed out I get now when I leave my house is just regular autism stressed out, where my brain wants to be in full control of every situation, and it's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible to be in control of every situation. And I've been doing therapy about how to let go of that stress, and that's no good. But because I was still after having the anxiety go away, this is the cool thing, and I'll emphasize that by being like, so this was the cool thing, y'all. The anxiety went away, and I became an unfocused fucking nightmare. I could not get anything done. I was so distractible that my fucking kids at 4 years old were like, "Hey, Mom, can you get me a glass of milk? Mom, don't get distracted. Don't get distracted. Mom, look at me. Don't get distracted. Look at me. Don't get distracted, Mom." And I was like, this is a fucking problem. This is a problem. This is a problem. If I don't have the anxiety, if I'm unmedicated, the anxiety kept me going. The stress of not getting things done and that fear of failing made me be dealing with the ADHD, and I would get shit done. That's how I functioned as an unmedicated mess. Until I hit burnout, and then I would burn out, and then I would spend months. In 14 years of work history, because in the last 25 years, I have worked for 15 of those years. I've had 10 of those years where I had 5 years of university and 5 years of raising kids and no work in 2 different 5-year periods. So in 14 and a half years of being a human being in the workforce, I worked 28 different jobs. 3 of those jobs were 1 to 2 years each. I had so many jobs that I worked for 3 to 6 months, burned out hard, spent 3 months on like EI, and then went back to work to earn enough hours to get back onto EI. That was my cyclical. I'd work, I'd burn out, I'd EI, I'd work, I'd burn out, I'd EI, and I did that until I got diagnosed. Well, I did that until I had kids. Then I was on maternity leave for 1.5 years getting paid. And then I realized that I could never work another fucking job if I had kids, because I wouldn't be able to get anything done. I could not exist as a functional human being anymore. It was just kids. And that's when I decided. That was like a couple of years ago when I was like, listen. Then I talked to my family doctor, and I'm like, I think I might, maybe, potentially be very autistic, and I might need help. And that's when I got assessed, and they were like, I like to look at it this way. I scored really high. I had really good marks. Nice high numbers. I was way up here on all of the categories, and my diagnostician person was just like, oof, you've done really well, sweetie. You've been, good for you. Employment insurance. All Canadians pay a portion of their income into employment insurance. so that if they lose their job, they get money back from the government. Now, you can say, well, I don't want any of this to come off of my income, but then you don't get employment insurance. So yeah, it's like unemployment, but you get it because you pay into it while you're working. If you don't pay into it, then you get something else. Then you get like income. You get instead of having employment insurance, you just have welfare. Like you have. I'm trying to remember. They have a word for it. And that's just other money that the government gives you to help because you have reasons that you can't be working and they don't want you to starve to death. But there's still things like you still have to have an address, and you still have to be looking for work. But looking for work looks like going online once a week and filling out a form saying that you applied online, that you worked on your cover letter, that you worked on your resume, that you applied online to some other, you don't have to do a lot to maintain that status. I've been in that situation too. As it is currently with my combination of general anxiety because autism and ADHD, my autism because autism, and my ADHD because ADHD, distracted again. Having that lack of anxiety and doing therapy made me realize, A, I needed to work harder on managing my things that overstimulate me and work on my sensory diet and work on things like keeping shades because it would be too bright and I would freak out, or too loud and I would freak out. So I have earplugs and earbuds of different sorts that I literally carry with me everywhere. I always have my phone. My phone has notes so I don't forget things. And I have my flares, and inside of here, so I have earbuds, there's my flares, and there's my loops. My loops are straight up earplugs, and they just go pop them in, no sound gets through, like they're very noise canceling. And then my flares I really like because they're almost like the opposite. Instead of blocking the sound completely, they only block a portion of the sound, and they look like this. Like it's hard to see that. It's very bright. So they have a little tiny hole in the middle, and they really mute the sound a lot. And yeah, that's flares. And they're made in like the UK or something, and they're pretty cheap, like $20. Well, like 30 bucks in that range. And because they take the really high and the really low parts off, and that really, really helps. It helps when the kids are being too loud. It helps when I'm out shopping and the store's making weird noises. It helps when I am in a crowded situation to stop me from having a panic attack, or at least it really cuts down on how much stress I have. And they were cheap. Like the loops were like 20, 30 bucks. The flares are like 20, 30 bucks, and that's Canadian dollars. So I think, they're cheaper, and the flares came from the UK. I don't know where. I think the loops were just from America, but you've tried to get diagnosed autistic ADHD several times, but it's hell as an adult. It's not easy here either. There's huge wait lists, and it costs money. Like it cost me hundreds of dollars to get my my assessments, and I'm just lucky that I didn't have to. Like I went through all the formal. Like basically the formal screenings. I didn't have to get the full diagnosis thing, but I have the full formal screening by a licensed counseling psychologist who is trained to do the screenings for autism and ADHD. And they provided me with a 72-page report that breaks down everything about the diagnosis, and provided me with letters to provide employers, because in British Columbia, where I live in Canada, and I think it's in all across Canada, but I know in BC specifically, I qualify as a person with disability. I can get government assistance, and I don't have to have the full clinical psychologist assessment because I don't have the need to have living assistance. I just need to have general access to medications and counseling and a basic living income so that I can have a little bit of a job and make some money, but also I don't have to have a full-time job to support myself. The government helps. Thank God, the government helps. and I get money to help me with the kids, and I get some income from that, and then I'm supplementing it with like, because I feel bad spending my like disability income on like things like games and streams and things. So like I'm doing streaming work, which I can then write off against how much income I'm allowed to earn. And it also counts Nimmel's income. So like however much income he has, we can write off a portion of it so that I get income for the year to help out, because it's too expensive to live on a single income anywhere nowadays. Like, you know, fuck us, right? Especially with a family. Especially with a family. I mean, it's bad enough for a single person to support themselves. Having kids makes it so much more expensive. Oh my god, they're expensive. But there's lots of other government things too, like there's registered education savings plans for my kids, and the government pitches in X amount a year, and I can put in X amount a year, and my family can pitch in, and that'll help me pay for them to have college later, without them having to get student loans, at least not right away. And you know, we get child tax credits from the Canadian government for being a low-income family. That's like, you got to be earning like more than $60,000 a year to not get a child credit. So if you have kids and your household makes like it's like 60-something thousand dollars a year or less, you could be getting Canadian government money to help you pay for things for their schooling, basically. So yeah, because I know, like, because the Canadian child tax credit is from the federal government. There's also a British Columbia child benefit that has different sets of qualifications, but the big one, I need to fix it. Uh-oh, what broke? Do you have the piece? Okay, well, you can play with this for now, and what I'll do tonight is I will find a piece, I'll drill a hole, and I'll make a new trailer hitch for you. But you might as well play with it for now, because I won't be able to fix it till later. Okay, fine. Leave it with me. He's got a red truck, and the truck is part of a knockoff Jurassic Park set. It came with like a couple of like Dr. Grant looking people with a bunch of equipment and a trailer for catching dinosaurs in, and it's supposed to have a little trailer hook, but the trailer hook is busted off. But I can find a piece of metal, and I have hot glue, and I can drill a hole with my Dremel, and I can make a new thing. I have tools and know-how. Here, buddy. I can fix all this for you later, but I can't do it right now. I'll have to wait until I'm done streaming, okay? But then I can find the pieces, and you can use... Do you have your gems? Do you have more diamonds? Do you need more? Do you know where yours went, or do you just want the ones that are on my desk? Okay, I gotta get his diamonds. He didn't even... I tried to set up my cameras in such a way that the kids, like, they come up beside me. That's part of why I have this little shape here. Like, see, it goes like a beautiful little shape. So they come in on that side of me, down there, which is slightly off camera and behind the little shape. Yeah, I just made in OBS. If you make I'm trying to remember which way it works. I think if you make the shape and then make everything else black. No, make the shape black and then everything else white. I can never remember which way the filters work. But you can put in like a filter. Did you just stream with just nothing, or do you want do you want PNG tube? Should I make you something fun, because I like making fun things? I could make you a really quick and easy Will Chan style. This little Joe PNG tuber, where you just need like the 2 images to swap. Did y'all see the new thing I made Shand? I don't know if he's gonna use it. I haven't been able to check the Discord. But I made the longest. I made a long boy. and I made it into 3 bits. So there's the front, the middle, and the back, and the middle tiles with those, so that you can we can have like the longest boys. If he wants to use, you know, Shen wants to use this as an emote or not. Even if he just puts it, even if he just puts it into, there we go, right button, into like Discord as a Discord emote. I put it on my personal server just to test it out, and it works pretty good. So he could use it that way and have like just a long boy, whatever. I just like making stuff for people. It's fun. It's just fun. Well, can you make a blood-soaked chicken nugget, hoisting 2 machine guns and screaming? Yeah, I could a little bandana on top, fucking like, Rambo style or something, right? There's so much green coming off of the screen over there that it's kind of like hitting me weird. I'm back to being a silly goose. Talking dumpster or trash can. 100%. That'd be fun. My favorite things are I'll go back to this for a second. It's all green screened. Obviously it's green screened. Let's see if I can get like an angle on it. I have a whole bunch of dumpster fire related merch. I have a bunch of stickers of the different ones. I have some of like the COVID masks from the pandemic. I have a bunch of things over on my fun display wall, which I can share in my Discord at some point. I'm not distracted. You're distracted, but I'm taking a deep think. I have the This Is Fine, the Casey Green, the official Casey Green This Is Fine dumpster fire dog. The official one, like it's Casey Green merch, paid extra because it's Casey Green merch. I also have one from a horror artist, so it's like a ghostly kind of dumpster with a see-through fire that's blue. And I have a little trash barrel that lights up, and the Casey Green one has like a little like it's super cool. Has a little comic and things that go with it. And I have pins, I have stickers, I have keychains. Because ever since 2020, everything is a fucking dumpster fire. Everything. My hold and start stream pictures are dumpster fire made in Microsoft Paint. Nice. Man, MS Paint still rocks. It's still such a good art program. Like I really love I've been really enjoying Clip Studio. I've been using it for years now. But I'll still go back to fucking MS Paint and just like stick around making little like pixel pictures and stuff. The kid of the 90s, so the whole transparent look does it for you. Like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm just gonna... whatever, it's nearly, you know, I still got an hour and a chunk of stream left. Second here, I'm gonna grab my avatar window and be like, ooh. There we go. Yeah, like my hair is dark, and if it doesn't, I don't get enough light from up there, and this light and that light don't make up for it well enough. Maybe if I do it like that, then I'm too pasty. Cameras are hard work. They're hard work. But I'm gonna grab my dumpster fire. I want to show you. Okay. Ugh, I gotta brush my hair. I never do it after while it's wet, so that it is like this. So, they're like mint in box. I've got the one that you can't see because it's fucking green screened out. So the box, I love the boxes. Like, are you serious right now? And it's still I want to make a display thing on the wall to hang these, so I can have the
Paladin
have
4
the
months and
I just
up.
want to thank y'all so much.
unit outside, on top of the box. There's my 100% soft, my official, the one that you can't see because it is green. It's green. That's like the classic dumpster fire. Back in a stupid box. There we go. I've got the dumpster fire house. It's got a blue box. It's got a spooky. The fire is kind of see through and green, so it's kind of hard to see. But it's Daniel Danger, the official collab for them, and ugh. And so here is, it's got the, it's again, it's hard to see through. It's really hard to see through, but it's got it's transparent with a bluish green color, and then it's got like a little ghost person floating in the fire. And this one was designed by Daniel Danger, and it's got the spooky haunted house, but it's the dumpster fire, so it's got like the boarded up, broken looking stuff and the kind of glow in the dark colors, and it's so shiny, like it's beautiful. It's a little dumpster fire house, little house fire, dumpster fire, spooky house. And yeah, and it's like the official, like you can probably see like the name of the bottom, it's nice. It's really good. I like it. And I love the boxes that they come in. That's why I want to display them with the boxes. So that the dumpster fires, I want them to be like, I want the box out, and then I want the fire, like the dumpster on top. So I need to make like a display rack of some type for it. And then there's my Casey Green. Again, it's got a lot of green on the back, so it's hard to see it, but it's the This Is Fine dog. And it's got, Casey Green did the art. He's the comic artist that made him. Like that's that, like, it's official. It's official. And so I love the box art. Casey Green comics I've always really enjoyed. This one, I still have the little plastic bag that it comes in. Keep it safe and shiny because it's one of my more fancy ones. But it is also, it like has that like slightly translucent kind of fire to it. There we go. If I get the bright light off of it. This is fine. It's just a fine dog, it's the orange dumpster. And that's like official merch. Doop, doop. And I quite like it. And then I have another thing from Casey Green that I got from his online store as well. Oof. Let me put this one away. Pack it away. But again, I have stuff, and I don't have enough places to display anything. I used to have multiple bookshelves in my office, but when we moved, several of them were like, they weren't in great condition anymore. Like they were kind of breaking down. The shelves weren't holding properly. And I was like, well, we'll bin these when we move. We don't need to move them. They're bulky and useless. And we'll buy new shelves after we move. But moving cost a lot more than I had intended. And it's been 2.5 years and I still haven't bought any new shelves. So I'm going to my other Casey Green thing. That's really cool. Really cool. I'll be right back. So I got this from his merch store, and so it's a little. There's the box. Another yeah, it's just straight up green, so it's not going to show up. But it's got like the little, his little box art. This is fine, and it comes with a little comic, the little comic strip, the full comic strip of the This Is Fine question hound, done in a small form specifically, and as part of like the 10th anniversary from when the comic came out. And it's got the little guy sitting with the fire. This is fine, and I don't know if you can hear that, but it's got Casey Green, a little recording of him saying "This is fine" with the fire burning in the background. So it lights up, and then it has the little voice. And it's one of my favorite little merches because I love that it lights up. I love that it has the little fire sound and that it's Casey Green saying "This is fine." You know, I really wanted to get. He had this is silly. He had socks. He had socks available and a few other merch things, and I'm like, I want them, but I can't afford that. Like I just couldn't justify it. I was willing to pay, like, this was, I think, like 15 US or something, which was like 20 bucks Canadian, and I was like, for a nice little solidly constructed This Is Fine guy that lights up and says things. Yeah, the Daniel Danger. I got that one like in its first release run, so that was, but it does come out usually close to Halloween. It'll pop up and they'll come up with another coloring of it, or they'll do something. And it normally comes, like, they'll do a real release at the normal price, like the whatever the listed on 100% soft prices for like usual, which is still, it's like 40 bucks or something. But I mean, it'd be cool. It would be cool. There's a few of them that come out every year seasonally that I'm always like, I'm really tempted. I'm really tempted. I think last year they had a dumpster fire that was like a skeleton, and I was like, how it goes and the where it goes and everything. Just leaving it there. Yeah, yeah, those are the socks. And like they're not really expensive, but I'm like 15 bucks for one pair, or $14 for one pair of socks, and that's US dollars, I believe. And then I gotta factor in exchange rate and shipping, and then I'm like, I just, for one pair of really cute socks, and I'm like, mm, mm, yeah. Oh, you need to know how pretty I am and how much I enjoy my. You like my my. This is my badge of getting old. I have it on both my temples, like it's just coming in. I'm just getting that silver, and then the rest of my hair is like, yeah, we're fine, we're fine. We'll stay like the same color as always, which is more reddish than comes through on camera, but still like dark-ish. I don't know. If I had better lights, like my lighting situation is pretty sad for a streamer, but I don't prioritize camera streaming, so I haven't really worried about it. And yeah, the rogue streak, oh, that's all I ever wanted. That's all I ever wanted in life was the rogue streak. I was always super envious of folks who got like a solid streak of white at a younger age or whatever. But as I got started, after I had the kids, is when I started to really get that color. Like, I could do this really quick. This is what happens when you have kids, is they just completely ruin your system. If I roll back, like, to see me now, my white streaks, and then if I scroll back in my cameras back to 2018, I can show you just how absolutely ridiculous I looked when I was pregnant with my twins. Absolutely ridiculous. If you want to see something absolutely wild. That's me in November. So not even, like, my kids were born like halfway through December, and this is me at the end of November with two babies. There's two babies in there. Two babies in there. Here's one from a different angle where I'm just like, what's happening? Because from the front, I did not have like I didn't stick out to the side very much. Like from the side view. But then the kids were like they just stuck right out. Let's see. Roll it up a bit. All right, and here's like a week before the kids were born. Like just even more protruded. Oh my god, slow shot. The kids entered the room 5 minutes before you did. Then I had them babies, and then a week later I was taking them. There we go. There's me with my newborn babies, my little guy. So there's the one baby that had to be in the NICU is the one on the far side, and then the close one to me is the healthier baby. So they were like 1 month early. Yeah. Typical pregnant woman look. It's bizarre, right? Like the fact that I don't know. I like saying that I 3D printed some humans in my system, and it's just amazing. But I look at myself and like just 6 years ago, and I go like, I look so much more baby faced. I didn't have any gray in my hair at all. At all. This is 6 years ago. No gray in my hair at all. Hair was the same length as it is now, actually. Slightly less tired looking. That's still like a week after having babies. I still look less tired than I do now. None of it had really sunk in yet. And I was about to fly my kids from down in the Vancouver up to our local hospital to stay in the NICU because they were healthy enough to travel, but my one kid was not allowed to come home yet because he was too little. He was just a wee little tiny fella. And it was really cool. I'm just making sure there's nothing doxy in these pictures. But yeah, these are all okay. So like I had to wait. My one kiddo is in an incubator. The other kiddo is in the thing. The ambulance guys came and we're all like, okay, we're ready to take the one kid. And I'm like, okay, well, what about me and my other baby? And they're like, what? And I'm like, yeah, I had twins. I can't leave one of them behind. And they were like, well, shit. And they had to call the airport and be like, well, we can't use the one plane. We have to wait for a different plane. And we waited around and they were like, okay, we've got like a little sort of private kind of plane. I didn't get a good picture of it. This is me sitting in like the ambulance still waiting. It was like this little tiny plane with like a unit on the front. Me and my babies. First time in a plane ever. We just buckled him we strapped him onto a thing. He's not even in his seat. They only had a couple of seats and then they had spaces for the gurneys. And so my other baby was all packed up in his little incubator. So twin one was here, twin two was in the incubator. There was me, two ambulance guys, the pilot and the co-pilot. And I'm like, I'm too tired for this shit. What am I doing? Never been in a plane before, have tiny babies, don't know what's happening, flying out of Vancouver City, flying over like the mountains. And I was just like, I've never been in a plane before. It's so weird to look down at a city. I've never seen that way before. And then to get to the interior of BC, you got to fly and you can get a good look. It's hard to see. That's Mount Baker down in Washington State, sticking out over top of everything. But that was like, yeah, like just that fresh-faced, not sure what she's in for Knox. Flying home with babies. And then this happened. I used to have like two little white hairs in the middle, and now it's just like it's all there. It's all there. Yeah, just so much. My babies are so cute. I love going back and looking at just baby pictures. Because babies. And yeah, and since I'd never been on a plane before that, This goose. Shuffle myself back down here somewhere. Space goose. So my first flying experience, I don't really even remember it. And then I had to use, I've been on flights a few times since then because they were covered and I got to fly down to, take my kid down to Children's Hospital, get him checked out and some things like that. Because he did have some health stuff we had to get sorted out. But for the most part, for him being a preemie and being tiny, he did pretty good. He did pretty good. The twins were very different in size. My one kiddo was 1440 grams, which is like 3 pounds, 2 ounces, maybe not even quite that much. And then the other twin, the healthy twin, was like 7 pounds, which I think was like 3,200 grams or something, like 3 kilos and a bit. And that was a month early. It was 36 weeks. And everyone, like I had to live down in Vancouver. Like I'm not from Vancouver. I had to live there at Ronald McDonald House for like 2.5 months, getting regular checkups on the twins because the one twin was just so slow at growing and was so small. And we had to be prepared for the worst. The worst would have been losing both twins. The second worst would have been actively choosing to prioritize one twin's life over the other. And I just stuck with trying to wait. I was just like, I'll wait it out. And if it looks like the one twin wasn't gonna make it, then I would make a choice. But until that point in time, I pointed at that. I was wrong for a roommate. Ronald McDonald House, legitimately, if you've ever had to go to Ronald McDonald House, they're amazing. They are such supportive people. They are an amazing service. I always donate to Ronald. I used to donate to Ronald McDonald House anyway, because anything that helps a children's charity, right? And they have rooms for families so that you can be there with your kids. And anyone who is dealing with sick kids deserves all of our fucking support because it's not fair that kids get sick. And I have never thought that it was fair that kids got sick. Like it's just not fair. It's not fair. That's one reason why I love support. Like, I will always try to show up and support like Taco with his Extra Life charity stuff to support the Children's Hospital in Boston. Like that's his local children's hospital, I think. And it's, people need to do, because this one thing, like at least in Canada, your kids going to get the treatment they need and it's not going to cost you $1 bazillion, which I will never understand Americans' healthcare system. But you still have to pay for things like shelter and food and lodgings and all this other stuff. So that's why there's things for like Easter Seals House and things for like Ronald McDonald House, because then you can be down there and staying someplace and they will feed you and they will make sure that you're getting help. And you can generally get like time for compassionate leave and get money, disability, temporary, stuff like that to help pay for things. But it's still hard if you have to be full-time taking care of your sick kid and you also have to be making a living to pay for your rent or pay for, things. So it was really nice. We still, we were able to like scrape by with rent while staying in Vancouver, and they gave us food money, and Ronald McDonald House fed us and put us in a room. And it was like such wonderful supportive people. Lots of charity services come in and they cook meals and provide food so that you just have to worry about like incidental meals during the day. And they have like people donate a lot. They donate so much to help people. And then like nothing is more sad to me than some of the situations. There was a couple of other pregnant moms there, but most of them were folks that have like sick kids. And I kind of just hid in my room and played computer games because I made Nimble bring my computer down from our hometown. He had to drive down. Like he had to go all the way home by himself and come all the way back down with a car full of stuff because we were setting up for a long-term stay. And so I just like sat there and played video games and chilled out. I just was like, I'm just going to try to be as chill as possible and eat good food and my vitamins and reasonable levels of walking around, exercise to try to be like a healthy incubator so that my babies would grow well. Because that's about all you can do in that situation. Like everything was beyond my control. We just had to wait for the kids to grow big enough to be healthy enough to have. and they held out pretty well. And now I've got two generally healthy kids, and I'm like, I'm never going through that again. I'm not having more kids. Well, here goes nothing. Let's test out our new propulsion system. Strong currents. How do I turn on the new propulsion system? Prime before activation. Okay. Is it primed? Vector cleared. We'll go into the strong currents. Your body kept trying to shut down every time you had kids. I did a lot of resting. I was really lucky. I never had like any of the morning sickness and stuff. I was like a little tiny bit nauseous in like the first trimester, but not like I never actually got sick. I never had any food aversions either. Where do I go from here? Okay. Something on the other side. A huge green cloud riding up from the shelf. Huh. Weird. Let's go over here. But I still don't want to, you know, like my twins are fraternal twins. Fraternal twins runs in the women in my family, which means we are hyperovulators, which means there's a much higher chance of me having multiples again. And also I'm older now, and as you age, the odds of hyperovulation happening is actually just higher in general. So women who have kids at an older age often will have multiples as well. I don't know if that's just your body hedging bets and being like, listen, we don't know if these are going to make it, so we're going to make sure you have extras. So, like, biology is weird. Oh, this looks kind of toxic. Okay. Scan. That kind of haze. What ecological crisis spawned this green mass, and how is it connected to the reef? The answers are anywhere. They're inside. Yeah, Overy just forgot to shut the door. Like, I think it's kind of interesting because I think the way it works is usually like one ovary produces one egg and releases it per cycle or whatever. So usually it's like an alternating, like your ovaries kind of working in tandem to like have one egg out every time for a menstrual cycle. But if you're hyperovulating, they could both release. You could have multiple eggs on one side, etc. And like you never know. There's a lot of complications in there. I also have PCOS, which is polycystic ovaries. So my ovaries are a mess. They're a mess. I don't know what they're doing, and I don't want to fight with them. So I'm not gonna. I just wasn't gonna do it. I was tempted because I had a pretty easy pregnancy. Water inside is totally anoxic. The suit's rebreather can't function. No, we have to run on reserve oxygen while we are inside of this place. Ooh, like a bad algae bloom. And what have you got to say about that? I guess we got to scan. How long do we have? Bulbous and shiny, these formations sit under a coating of green filaments and growth. Yeah, like a bad fungal bloom. Ah! Okay, I'll pause this for a second. Because it sounds like it's going to be stressful and I'm going to have to hustle. You have that and also had 0 to... Yeah, I didn't know until I was trying to get pregnant. Like, because like Nimble and I, like, we tried for like 5 years almost before... Or 3.5 years to 4 years, and then we got lucky. Like we were hitting the point where it was like we started getting testing done to be like, why have we had no luck? Sounds like you're like during the summer when you get those cyanobacteria blooms. Yeah, no, it's algae blooms are bad. Bad. I feel really sad when it's like they hit like an area and then suddenly like all them poor fishes get starved of oxygen and you're like, no, the fishes, the critters, the plants. Very toxic. You don't want to go into it. Just a bummer in general. But yeah, like this looks pretty rough. My oxygen slowly depleting. No, they're poor dogs. Yeah, no, I would just be like, as soon as the water looks uncool, I'm always like, oh, interesting. Pale fan. These pale, delicate fans are almost bone white against the green cloud of the thing. Fans seem to be reoxygenating the water. Okay. That's useful to know. Let's go over towards it. Okay, so there is still life hanging on inside this toxic bloom, creating safe zones in order to thrive. Here's another one. Perhaps these creatures can help us learn how to exist in these toxic conditions. Yeah, we'll have to get some samples. Fan sits among shards of rock, trembling in the cyclical currents of the bloom. They do full alerts and public safety warnings now, thank goodness. Like, there's a lot of little ponds and things and small lakes around where I live right now. And where I used to live, there was much larger lakes that would sometimes get algae blooms, but usually not too bad. We have a lot of regulations on, like, fertilizers and runoff and things like that to try to reduce things like algae blooms from happening. And since I live I live on like a river, the water's always going someplace, so it's not too bad. We don't have too many problems around here with algae. For the most part. I mean, it still happens. Like, there's still, the river runs into a lake and then runs out again. And then, so there can be some buildup there at certain times of year. Okay, my rebreather's working right now, but I am getting low. I want to find rock sheets. Here, the rock shelf on the reef flakes away into the large fragile sheets with razor sharp edges. A bivalve creature. Oh, this bronze shell sits half buried in the sand. What creature lives inside it, and how we attempt it out? Aw. Thank you so much for gifting us up there to Tepsila, Beladan. Muchos of the gracias. No, had very little trouble getting prego. You found odd because your body has the ovary cysts and fibrous growths in your uterus, but family history of a long line of breedability lets nothing stop you from making babies. All them babies. Okay, let's pop out here really quick. Can I get a sample? No, no sample. Okay, quick scan. There. Rock edge. Things. I'll go back over. Yeah, no, okay. I'll take a risk. Let's go. Gotta hustle. Damn, I don't see anything, so I'm gonna go back here really quick. Oh, fudge. Oh, can I get a sample here? Oh, nice. Sample, please. Okay, so these new samples. Fan dust, bloom oxygenating dust harvested from a filtering fan. Can I use... It doesn't really add a lot. But I'll take a little bit of extra. These spores do a better boost. These ones do a better boost. Okay. Okay, let's try going over to this one. Goodness. 4 out of 7 is pretty solid numbers. It's unfortunate. It's still very unfortunate numbers, but I know I know a lot of folks in my family that have had trials and tribulations. And one of my good friends, like him and his wife, the way they put it is, and I apologize if this is a bit of a dark humor thing, but it's how my friends and family all kind of cope with stuff, is that you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. So they had so they nicknamed their first kid Omelet because they had struggled for a few attempts ahead of that kid. And I feel like people need to talk about the hardships more, because it's a lot more common than people let on. Let's see, sampling available. I think it's funny is that Nimble always jokes. He's like, okay, we need to have another kid and we need to give it some wild name. And I'm just like, no, if we have another kid, we're not naming it like Megazilla or, you know, fucking what. It's just bizarre fucking names from video games and stuff. And I'm like, seriously, buddy? Because he's also a fervent, like, we should not have more kids because he's always like, what if we get 3 next time? Or what if, you know, and I'm just like, no, don't put that on me. Twins was hard enough. Twins was hard enough. I don't want there to be like 3. Like, I do like the idea of having a single kid, a one and done, like a one little baby. Because it would be so much easier to have just one baby than twins or triplets. That's okay. I think good air over there. Let's go. Let's go. I'm not even gonna read the description, just hustle. Okay. Phew. Is this what allows the species here to survive in this constant toxicity? Nesting creatures. Within these complex, transparent structures, the blurred activity of many individual creatures can be seen. These must be nests. Those swarms of bright creatures provide vital safe zones in the bloom. Let's start logging data on them. Crystal cylinders, protected by the sheer wall of the bloom's central ridge. Whoa. Interesting. It did like a pushback. It flooded with the movement of the swarms. Strange glittering domes marked with ornate patterns of holes sit in built. Whatever inhabited them is long dead. Splitting the bloom, this vast ridge descends to the north, where it may be possible to cross. Slojo, I like that terminology. Well, you and your husband are now spayed and neutered. No more babies there. But also, hey, Zero Nostalgia. I did see you in there. I'm a little distracted, but hello. I hope you're having a good day. Haven't been pregnant once. Might be because you're a man. Might be. But also like how Valentin's like, don't let your dreams be dreams. Never stop stopping. That's the spirit, never surrender. One day, some way. You never know, etc. Let's see. I don't have a lot of extra ox to worry about right now. Can I get any samples here? No. Doesn't say sample location. Bubble edge. The bubble is filled with oxygenated water through some process. I guess I have to go here. It's gonna be... No. I didn't want to go that way. I wanted to go that way. Go. I'm gonna have to use, like, some extras here. The rock here. Okay, let's go north, and then that way, maybe? Dangerous. Let's just go. Toxic waters. Come on. Find me another healthy bubble space. There's so many spores here. Go. Okay, I'll be able to get some more things here. Dang. Dang! There is a lot of... I like how so simple this is, but I'm getting so stressed out watching my, like, fucking dials slowly go down. And it's not even affecting me, it's affecting the person driving the vehicle that I'm controlling. Like, that are riding in there. You heard the phrase, never stop stopping. I almost had a brain fade. Okay. A little bit of extra oxygens. Can I get any more spores? No, okay. Let's do a quick little scan. Blue flashes flicker across the shattered strata of rock. Shards of rock with green clouds into a little miniature. Okay, let's go this way because I see some blue. Maybe that matters. I don't know. Scan. Go. Scan. Rock outcroppings. Go. Scan. There's something over there. Let's go. Scan. What is this? Bivalve creature. They hide themselves from the balloon's toxicity. Ghost of some equipment left in the silt. Okay, go. Oh, geez. I need more oxygens. Ugh. Okay. Nearby bubble. Go. Oh, there's another. There's a thing. There's a thing. There's a thing. Hustle. Beautiful lifeless shapes. There's a way station. I'll be able to breathe over here. Thank goodness. Okay. Phew, the strange forms scattered around inside the bubble are these exoskeletons? They resemble radiolarians, but far bigger in scale. They're very ornate. Okay. Colony of shattered domes lying in the silvery silt. What were these creatures? I'm like, radiolarians. I feel like I read about that before. Okay, they're radiozoa. Yeah, the unicellular eukaryotes. So they're like zooplankton throughout the ocean. So that's what that is. I know I've heard the radiolarian before, but zooplankton, I know that. Yeah, I know you're low, but that's okay. We can go over here. And we'll recharge, I hope. We're connecting. This active will be able to call for retrieval all across the bloom. Useful when we run low on oxygen. Heck yes. Okay. Connected. Open the terminal. We can resupply. I'm trying. See if Minnie left any map data behind. Okay. We're connecting. Let's grab the map data. Blop, blop, blop numbers. Data release pilot console. Get our battery charged up. Get our oxygen charged up. Thank God. And breathe easy. Breathe easy. Sort of. Well, let's see. That must mean she must have spent months making trips to it, ferrying materials from other places in the balloon to here, make it habitable. But it was studying something important to her. I think I can get some samples over here, so let's go back. Well, I have to find the lab. I'll log the coordinates on the dive map when we get back to base. Okay, now I can travel again. That's a samples bubble. And I'll be able to, if I take some samples back, I think we thought maybe these were little skeletons. Ornate mineral orb. So like little... I can see why, because yeah, like the little zooplankton and radiolarian radiozoas, they have little mineral skeletons. I think that's where like diatoms and stuff come from as well. Are there any more? No, it's just the one sample to scan. What's that? Nest is Way Station's protector. Samples that I can pick up here. These colonies do well to hold out against the bloom. Interesting. Okay. Nestworks. Tiny transparent creatures sampled from a woven nest. Individual creatures seem to be able to digest whatever. Okay, I missed that. We should be able to try deploying a colony to see if we can create our own safe zone inside this toxic blood. Okay, can I collect any more? No. Scan. Hey, Abide. Welcome in. Welcome back. How has your work lurking been? Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Yeah, also, the answer to almost everything, more surface area. How's it going, Mr. Vila? Hope you're having a good day. We're doing science on some alien planet. We're learning about things and stuff. Riboflavin is tasty. Okay, I can't go any further here currently with me. But I can't. Okay, yeah, I will try deploying a little guy to make a. Does it make a safe spot? It does. Okay, so I'd be able to use that to pass through an area. But it doesn't look like I can move to the spot that I deployed. Okay. Well, if I go back here, can I get a new sample? I can. Excellent. Clearly, I need to make some kind of unit with these guys in my rebreathers. There was another thing out this way. Bubble Ed. This is probably where they wanted me to actually deploy to. See nothing. Now, what if I try? Rain in every direction. Interesting. The northern part of the bloom, there's little shelter from the storm of green. Beyond the bubble, green clouds gather again. What could be fueling this endless growth with all the oxygen gone? Okay, well, there's another safe bubble. Let's go. It's down here. Ornate domes and forest spheres of skeletons. Okay, so I should be able to get another little sample of the little real large shells. Always good to have more than one sample IMO. Yeah, okay. Ah!
Summerflux says CHER12 the splitting of a cell's existence requires mass determination.
Take off! Thanks for the TTS. Nice. Cell splitting. Take off, eh? Crystal cylinders. Within the open structure of these nests, swarms of glinting particles form shifting shapes. Nesting creatures. When their protective bubbles begin to fail, these creatures burst from their nest to repair them, swarming out to weave more threads. Interesting. Let's get another couple of little oxygen-making friendies. Close, close. Gather sample. Close, close. Gather sample. Yeah, and I got like 4 little friends. Scan. Where can I go? This way? Oh. What did it say? The protective barrier. What chemical? Yeah, okay, stop. Already read something like that. Here we go, into the deeps yet again. This is a very large, really bad algae bloom. A floor honeycombed with hole. I mean, oops. No, just hustle. Okay, If I'm gonna be there for a second, I don't know. Let's just deploy some oxygen over here. No. Oh, interesting. He didn't like that. Or did it? Is it happy about this? Fan-like fins which can fold down in a simple set of retractable eyes enable this creature to totally conceal itself within its shell. Interesting. It was just chilling, and then I disturbed its chi. But it's nice to know that it likes having oxygen. That is an interesting behavior, because it was just parked there until I dropped the oxygen-making friendos in here. I guess currents of the balloon grow stronger as they move away from the rocky outcrops of the southern edge. Oh, there's one of those fans, so I can get some safety here. Fizzing. Anyway, by the balloon, this outcrop is marked with a patina of tiny holes. Okay, this time I won't scare it away. I hope to maybe get like a sample. Nope. When active, these creatures feed directly on the growth. Okay. Rapidly clearing a patch of oxygenated water. Okay, so let's head over here quickly. Okay. Sampling available. Get some more little oxygenating bits. These ones don't do an area, I don't think. Let me check. Does it do an area? A little bit. It does make a little tiny area. Briefly, though. Not enough to really matter. Makes the little plants happy. I will just absorb these. I'll keep one for scanning. Let's continue down here. Maybe I'm close enough to do something about that critter near me. Nope, okay. Let's go down here really quick. Oof, getting low on oxygen, but I can call for an escape. Clear. Up here really quick. And I'll put this in here. Gives me like a little bit of wiggle room. Scan. Boat bank. Bivalve creature. Nope. Oof. Okay. Okay. Oh, we're good. We're gonna be fine. Oh wait, come on, come on, come on. I was getting more oxygen for us. Calm down. I'm sure she could have held her breath for like 10 seconds there. Did I lose any samples? No, I still got my samples. Okay, well, what do you want us to do now? I have some new samples. I didn't see anything. Okay, let's go back to the... I guess I'll just go back to the base. Because I don't know if we have a particular goal in mind. I don't want to scan those plants and get some more info. And I gotta resync. Downtime 5.1 hours. And hey, are you back with me? Yep. Good. I wanted to ask you about the bloom. Okay. What do you want to ask? Because I don't know. I've been trying to understand what's causing it. Seems unlikely that we're looking at a stable ecosystem. It has to be a unique event. And yet creatures have rapidly and effectively adapted to these conditions. How is that possible? There's something we're not seeing. Something Monet was investigating too? Do you think she knows something we don't? Probably. Yeah, she has to. Maybe she's holed up in a lab mentioned in the map data waiting for us. Let's find that lab. Sure. Scan one of these, and scan one of these, scan some of this, grab an extra just in case. Back down to the lab level. Sphere fragment. No relevant taxonomy entries found. Okay. Fan dust. No relevant taxonomy things found. No relevant taxonomy things found. How useless are you going to be? Why do I not have anything on any bacteria when I specifically have things like bacteria? Like these things are a microbial colony. That's bacterias, right? Microbes. Okay, so let's look at the dive map. That might give me an idea of where I'm supposed to be heading to. Oh wow, way south. Okay. Damn. Damn. Oh, you know what? I should go there first and pick up some little friendos. One friend, two friends. Yay. And I want to go south. We're gonna make a great honking trek here. Abandon the blah blah blah. I'm unable to tell what kind of scrap that is. Okay, let's go. Not even gonna worry about rating all the little things because it's probably mostly we can't see shit. It's full of green and bad. Nothing of interest. Honk, 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 honk. Scan. New species logged. Ah! Honk, 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 honk. Shoot, come on. Strange little bivalves are getting a big name. Well, so I like it. Okay. Get some extra oxygen. This place is stressing me out. Scoopy, scoopy. Scoopy, scoopy. Num 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 num. Nom 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 nom. Okay. Take a little moment to read things. Whorled rock formations sit wreathed in green clouds. The rock floor here is covered in a thin layer of silt, unmoved by currents or creatures. Well, I guess that's the direction we're going, because we gotta go south. Scan. Shattered and eaten away debris. The expedition. Among the green clouds, no light. Oh, there's another little healthy spot. Let's hustle. Bubble has an iridescent sheen. Let's just go there. I can look at it when I can breathe. Okay. Open geometric forms, beautiful and strange, sit huddled within the skin of the bubble. Is there anything to get over there? Looks like a sample location. Spherical fragment, mineral. Yeah. What about over here? Was that another? Delicate silken forms. The center of the bubble, rounded shape, sits in the bed of silt. And then that's the nesting weavers. Nest of small iridescent creatures which maintain protective bubbles. Okay, I'll call these weavers for those beautiful nests and bubbles they weave. What would we do without them? We'd be hosed, frankly. I would have had to work much harder at stocking up on things I could hoover. Okay. Anything else to look at? The physical objects seem to pass through the fizzing skin of the bubble. It completely blocks the microbial clouds. Million tiny grains, perhaps broken remains of silica skeleton. Okay, so another one of those little... Oops. Buttons! Traveling. And let's go. We want to go south. 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 Gonna watch that oxygen level. Let's just take a little break. Oh, apparently I scared off a bivalve. A balloon growth. Gotta do it fast. Gotta go fast. I really want to find the next thing because traveling through here is horrible. Samples. Oh wow, those do a lot. I did not realize that. That's pretty good. What's here? Bloom growth, bubbles in the dense area might be the best clue what the bloom is made from. South of the bloom's current edge. Can we go south more? To the green, see some skeleton of a remote laboratory. Some of the modules. Bloom froth. Corroded module. Let's go down here first. catch your breath. This is pressurized at some point. It must have taken months to establish this lab. Bubble edge. Crystal cylinders. Silicate skeletons. Nesting weavers. Okay, those silicate skeletons. I can suck those back for a lot of oxygen, apparently. Which is excellent. What do these do? Bloom bubbles. Get a little bit of oxygen from them. Get a little bit of fuel from them. I got a lot of them, so I don't really need that many. I will get some more of these little bacterial samples. Sample. Sample. Go back over here because there was another thing to sample over there. What? The bloom froth. I can't see it in the edge of my thing, so I gotta go this way first. Now I can see it. But my oxygen situation is better. Oops. And what am I gonna sample over here? More bloom bubbles. So stress. There's more of the same, more bubbles. Oh, a fibrous nest. That's something different. The scan. That's it? You don't see anything else? Okay. So let's hustle. And hustle. And then hustle. Give me air, please. Dang. Okay. Get that scan. That's bloom froth. That's okay. We gotta go this way. And there's something down there. What's in this hole? I'm not losing oxygen over here. Minnie must have laid this under the lab when she constructed it. The water is clear here, shielded from microbial clouds. Machines glint in the dark. Papers and tools still line the silt-speckled surfaces, as if the scene has been frozen, captured in time. Symphony, gotta hold me tight and don't let go. Hey, Marzipan. Ah, look what you've started. Then we like to play spirit games. We shout out loud. Take the color from the spirit cloud. All the fibers like to take. Not to make it just a spirit free. And we can ride down the night. In a thousand by firelight. Do you want a banana? Stacking sweet fruits beyond the drop-off. Artificer should call some spells. Artificer, she calls them exoskeletons of Damn it, why doesn't it give me, like... That's fine. But pressure-resistant exoskeleton is unprecedented for biological material. That would make the depth rating of the hard suit well past 3,000 meters. Wow. But why go over the drop-off at all? What was pushing her forward? She was incredibly driven, desperate even. She mentioned sending ROVs down to the abyssal plain, cobbled together from bits of the base. All of them were lost, and her work on the suit failed. That's where the note seemed to end. The most recent document mentions another way. Did she make it? How? How? How indeed? Suit was so close to completion. Why abandon it? We have to make that dive. If I can fix up this suit, we can take it over the drop-off. Perhaps Minnie managed. We need to follow. I can do this. We can do this. Let's get back outside and call in the drone. Okay, anything else to scan in here? Any samples? No? Okay. Well, let us go, and then we'll go this way. We'll go up and I'll call the drone. Up, 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 into the bad water. We'll link. And request retrieval. Glad to see you're back online. Sorry for the rush, but we've got to move. I've been going through Mine's notes from her lab, and from what I can tell, she attempted a free dive over the drop-off. That's why she left her suit behind. She must have opened it up and just descended. Now, I know what you're thinking. There's no way she could dive thousands of meters to the ocean floor. But that's what she did, willingly. And we're going to go after her. We need to dive now. I've been working on the suit, and it's almost ready. I used sections of Mine's failed hard suit to modify our suits. Now it's a full atmospheric dive suit. Internally, we should be able to maintain 1 atmosphere of pressure for me and that casing of yours. It'll work just like before, but our depth rating is massively increased. We can hit 2, maybe 3,000 meters. Suits in the bay, so load whatever samples you need. And I've marked the drop-off on the map so we can dive directly and search for any evidence there. I have no idea why she would do this. It's suicide, but she seemed to believe she could do it. Let's get ready, and I'll be waiting. Maybe she figured something out with the biologies. Your depth rating is not very high. Yeah, like a human body does not. We do not have like a high depth rating. Just a second. I might need to reset my PNG tuber. It wasn't. I just meant philosophically. Okay. There we go. I'm talking again. Sometimes that happens with the PNG. When it flips around too much, it gets overloaded a bit. Just about done here. Just about, but a little bit longer. So let's see. Personal log 3, finding that laboratory in the bloom. It is almost like working with Mine again. I still have some good memories of the Kepler 62F. Hours diving beneath the ice in that crystalline ocean, sampling the mineral deposits that Mine claimed were evidence of life. Our synchronized rhythms in the lab, working silently but in concert. Lying beside her on the too narrow berth, the creak of pack ice rattling down on the base of spine. Those memories come with unwelcome ones attached, ones of Mine's quiet judgment, her deep sadness, her flaring anger. The few short months in that subglacial ocean, few short months that subglacial ocean was ours, blocked from the universe outside by 5 kilometers of ice, its secrets were our own. But then Mine had other secrets too. Seems like I will never escape her secrets. Here I am living among them, drowning in them, picking through them in search of answers. Okay, samples. I gotta unload samples to scan. Now I'll keep those because I've already scanned some. And that one's a new one as well. So let's go scan the new samples. Now I have something to attach it to the nest workers. Whatever this is, balloon bubbles. Oh man, there's still nothing to attach that one to. Guess I didn't have a sample of the fan or something. Let's see here. The soft body units, bivalve, bloom vein. Bloom veins conceal themselves in bronze-colored shells most of the time, only coming out when the opportunity to feed presents itself. Highly attuned to the currents and flows of the bloom, bivalve bloom veins take advantage of any break in the bloom's flow to unfold from their shells and feed. They feed primarily on the bloom's microbial growth itself, able to quickly establish and maintain a feeding zone of oxygenated water. When a bloom vein tires, it will then retreat back into its shell, burying itself in the silt once more. I would like to understand more about how the bloom veins are able to feed directly on the microbes of the bloom, considering the extremely high toxicity. Perhaps something we uncover here will be useful in future expeditions into the unforgiving landscape of the bloom. Sampling and analyzing bubble growths from the bloom shows that they are a form of algae, but with incredible adaptability. They have distinctive chemical structure, but notable to the study of bloom veins is the presence of a compound similar to domoic acid with thin bloom bubbles. Domoic acid is a neurotoxin known to produce memory loss and confusion in animals, which suggests that the erratic and frantic feeding behavior of the bloom veins when it's feeding is, in reality, a form of frenzy brought on by the consumption of the neurotoxin. How this process isn't deadly to the bloom veins is unclear. The volumes of neurotoxin that they are consuming are vast, enough to kill a human adult. Perhaps if I directly examine a bloom vein, or at least its shell, I can understand their resistance. Because we need to get more pieces of those guys. The nesting weavers. Ooh, we have everything for them. Weavers are a creature found in the bloom, where they build elaborate cylindrical nests protected by bubbles of oxygenated water. Iridescent and translucent, weavers themselves are difficult to observe individually due to their size and speed. Each nest is a hive of activity, as is the fizzing skin of the bubbles that protect them, which the weavers carefully maintain. If at any point the integrity of that bubble seems to be collapsing, many weavers will rapidly respond, leaving the nest in the swarms to rebuild the bubble skin. What it is that the weavers are protecting and how they are shielding themselves so effectively from the bloom. Analysis of individual weavers might help if we can catch some of them. Analysis of the weaver specimen shows them to be sheltered creatures with a set of jointed mandibles which they use to handle their threads. These threads are the most fascinating aspect of the weavers. They are silk but lined with a type of bacteria which lives inside the mouthparts of the weaver. When the threads are produced, they are coated with this bacteria which aggressively consumes the microbial growth of the bloom. When not producing silk, this bacteria is kept alive by scavenging on the food that the weavers eat, taking their share from the particles stuck on the weaver's mouthparts. However, analysis of the weavers themselves still gives no idea what might be or what might lie in their nest. They protect these nests aggressively, but if I can find an abandoned one, this might be a potential to sample it. Nom 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 nom. Exactly. Things eating things. That's nature. Pieces of the weaver nest we found offer an insight into the weaver's protective behavior. Wrapped in its threads are thousands of weaver eggs. This suggests that, like ants or termites, weavers are an eusocial species, with many generations of weavers protecting and maintaining a singular productive female, and these weaver queens must be somewhere within that active weaver nest, protected by layers of silken threads and weaver workers. Nest fragments also reveal that the weavers farm their own food within the nest structure, carefully maintaining tubular fields of microbes, which through the weaver's careful cultivation seem to produce oxygen rather than toxins that poison the bloom. Wonder how this can be possible. Here's a little sketch of the little weaver nest and the little weavers. They look little kind of shrimpies. They're kind of shrimpy. I like that. Like little glass shrimps that spit out little threads. And then the bacteria, the cyanophyta, the blue-green algae, bloom froth. Almost cute, almost. I really liked these units. And these units especially. These ones are just like weird, fishy, like squiddy butterflies. And I don't have enough stuff on them yet. Laboratory analysis of the froth has shown that each large bead in the bloom froth is a single microbial colony bound by a gelatinous film, much like terrestrial cyanobacteria of the order Nostocales? Nostocles? I'm bad at those. Nostocales? I don't know. However, unlike this terrestrial species, the bloom froth displays an incredible ability to actively modify their internal chemistry to whatever conditions they find themselves in. Most bloom froth appears to have diverted to consuming metallic compounds found in unusual abundance in the region of the bloom rather than sunlight. This has led the bacteria outputting large volumes of neurotoxins rather than oxygen, which is what has left the bloom both anoxic and toxic. Anoxic Toxic sounds like an album name or something. To understand more, we need to find the source of this destructive bacteria, which we don't have at this point. Oh, this is just quite interesting. The bay. And you want me to go... So I need to get more samples of things. Shimmering blooms. So I can get these all relatively easy, because I can go here and then get those two. No. I can go here and get those two. This actually, I can go under and or make a loop. These will be a little bit trickier, but not too tricky. Favorable conditions for bloom veins. Want to find a place to look for those pieces. Because I think I want to get all the pieces and stuff before I go to the drop-off. I only got, like, moderately distracted today. This has been quite an interesting little game. Like, very simple in how it's laid out, but it's got a good story. We've got, you know, we're trying to find a missing scientist. The scientist who maybe made me. I am, like, some kind of artificial intelligence. Or a little something. And I got woken up when the new scientist tried to turn on the suit. Oh no, almost time for ads. Let's see. Yeah, like, so it's got a good story. It's really kind of simple in how it's set up. I've got like a whole little base that I can look through. The comms is broken. The habitat has the crew terminal for the scientist that I found, and so I know that I don't know, Ellery, is that a girl's name? I don't know. Whoever this person is was looking for Minnie, who has left a message, and when they got here they couldn't find her, and they just found a lot of like wreckage and weird stuff, and now we found out that she has free dove into like the fucking abyss, thinking that she had some kind of information. I like how I can see the little science person walking around the crew quarters. Look at you go, you're explorating. I want to scan and be like, what you doing? What you doing? Oh, little science person. I'm just monitoring you on the ship systems. Apparently I am inside of a little, like I can interface with the computer that runs the habitat, but I myself am inside like a little body shell, I'm like a little pod. I'm a little AI pod. I can move around. I don't know, it's been quite interesting. And I'm just imagining like, because this is supposed to be like what, like in 2216, and we are located out in Glees 667 CC or something. I'm a human, yeah, but I'm like I am in the game. I am an AI thing, like a little pod thing. Oh God! I used to be a goose, but I'm just imagining like alien style tech, like, because I love that the retro 80s future thing. I want like big screens with like bulky text. Let's see. It's already after 5 p.m.s. And tomorrow I'm going to play a spooky game. I'm going to play a game called Last Report, and it's a pixel horror, it's like a psychological thriller, and it seems to have like some point and click kind of elements, and the style looked really, really good. 6 p.m. there, you feel like you wasted the day. I'm like, yeah. Sometimes it feels like that, but I'm like, I was really productive yesterday, so I'm like, I don't have to do anything for a while. I completely tore down, killed my kid's room. Cleaned my kid's room, killed my back. But I moved all their furniture around and reorganized their room so it's got a fresh new layout and all the floors clean everywhere. And also, Slow Joe, streaming is so much work. It's so much work. It's so much work. Because you got to be like aware and talking. Streamed and pitted cherries. Oh man, cherries are so good. At this time of year, I should be getting some fresh cherries from places, from the fruit stands. BC has lots of nice orchards. I think I've gotten pretty good, but yeah, no, I definitely like the hours that I do streaming. Like, props to people who full-time stream and are like on like 4 or 5 days a week for like 8 hours a fucking day. I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna do that without burning out. Like, holy crap. Like 20 hours, I do 20 hours a week, and that's a lot. Like, I'm discovering that that's a lot. But I like having those consistent things that I'm doing and times that I am taking. I'm also running over here to my thing to snooze ads because I don't want to have the ads run right in the middle of trying to raid out or something. I'm going to take a look and see who is streaming. It is just after 5 on a Thursday. I think that might mean that there's a Dixie Chris. I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out who's around. There's Killadrix. There's... I see a Jamie playing games. It's Thursday. It's always ready. Tina. He's playing Dune. I just want to find people who are playing interesting games. Oh my god, there's so many people streaming right now. This is silly. This is silly. I'm just sort of scrolling through here, taking a look. Might as well find a little, I don't know, a little music to play us out with. And we'll turn to my favorite miscellaneous synthwave track. And I'm going to save this. Get out of there and get onto this beach. I still have no idea who I'm going to raid out to, but I figured I can get my thank you and my schedule up. And get like my goose out on the screen. Okay. Let me check again. Where to go? Why? Yeah, it's always fun over on Dixie Chris's channel. So why we go say hi to him. Oh wait, no, is... Holy crap. A Will Shan just went live. It might take it a couple of minutes, because if I raid in just after he goes live, then he's going to be not there. It's the Mindbeam show currently. And a beam streams is always nice. But like, you know, we can give it a couple of minutes. The beam streams just started. Sir William Shandley. I was so excited yesterday when, like, I think the Inspector Gadget PNG popped up like a couple times, and he had at least one dandy shandy. I have so many little PNG tubers that I've made for Will Shan because they're so much fun, and they're so silly and straightforward. Like, I don't have to worry about a bunch of moving parts like I do on mine. Like, my goose has like 8 different layers and has like animated bits, whereas all the ones that Shandy uses for his redeem are just like 2-page, like just like two pictures that swap, which makes it entertaining and easy to just chill out and do an art. And it's been a good excuse to do practicing with coloring and drawing lines. So I've had fun with that. There's some buttons. I have buttons. Chill out on the beach. Let's kick back. Can have a little nap. Anyway, I do want to say thank you to everyone for hanging out, for dealing with my easily distractedness. That's the way it goes. I do like, yeah, it's fun. It's fun. I like the goose. I need to make more silly ones, I think. People really like the goose. I have a bunch of different the costumes and things for my main, and I have some alternates. A lot of people like the one for West of Loathing as well. That's just a second. There's a little tiny fly thingy, like an aphid, just flew in here. Is it? Why can't I remember my buttons? So that's my jar guy. That's the glasses. No ads, go away. Heck. Maple is for that. Oh my god, what is that? What are you doing in my swamp? Why can't I remember my button? No. I'm just spamming buttons now. G? No. L is this. M is that. Y? No. U? There we go. Dang it. Heck. I can snooze it one more time and then I have no more snoozes. They'll start getting mad at me. But that means I do have a couple of minutes left before I got to worry about ads. Okay. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. I like the style of it. I love the game series too. And what did I just do to hit that? And the maple can go away, and then the me can go away, and I'm a goose. I'm just a silly goose. Silly goose, I don't know what I'm gonna make for dinner. That's the other thing I gotta do. I don't even know. Don't even know. Claim my little bonus there. So tomorrow, I'll be back at the posted noon-ish Pacific time. We're going to be playing Last Report, which looked really good. Nice little pixel horror. Come on, don't be weird. Just go to my Steam, please. Thank you. Like, I saw this picture and was like, this looks great. And it's a new game, just came out like 2 weeks ago. Looks like point clicks, there's people, there's just this style, and then weird shit starts happening. And I want to know if this is something I run into, because look at that. Look at that! It looks so great, and I love this. Looks so good. Like, it's just gonna fuck with me. I'll just leave it on there for like the, look at that. Looks like a beautiful, beautiful place. So that's what I'm going to be giving a try tomorrow, starting at noon Pacific, or as close to noon as I can get. Like, depends on how the kids are, etc. You know, kid aggro is a real thing, and that's just life. I've still got a couple of minutes here before ads. We've got to be getting close to a Will showing up. He normally takes like 5 to 10 of the beam stream. And then it's the weekend, and then next week I'm not entirely sure what I want to do. I kind of want to play Grounded 2. I'll see if Nimble would like to play with me and do that, and if he minds if I stream it. Maybe. Maybe not. Otherwise, I know Tuesdays is always going to be Fallout, and I do have some other games that I got. It's just beach time, right? That's what people do at the beach. You fall asleep, they bury you up to your neck in the sand, wait for the tide to come in. Also, there's a little tiny Lego guy kind of floating around behind me. My kids put that on my chair because I have a green screen on my chair. I'm just waiting. Okay, ads in 6 minutes. I'm just watching. I'm just watching. We're gonna raid over to Will Shand soon. There we go. And so I got a few, and I just didn't want to leave it to the beam streams for too long. But it is totally Shand time because he's pretty early today. No problem. No, I really appreciate. It looks like. I don't want to interrupt the ducks. They got a duck count going, and if we just show up with a message, we'll break the duck count. Oh no! Duck count. You got so many ducks. What's going on over there? I think that those spam alerts are pretty funny, where you just type in the thing and it looks for anything else. But yeah, don't know my plan quite yet for next week, besides Tuesday being same old, same old. There's so many games. I got some new games. I got other new games. I was thinking of trying the Altars. I was thinking of trying a couple of different new games that I got, like Manifold Garden. I might continue on Monday. I might continue playing this game that I was just playing because it's been really interesting, and I would like to find out what happened to the scientist we're looking for if we go down into the deep dark. I think that could be fun. There's my Discord link, and you can also find my socials. I got YouTubes, I got Blue Sky. I don't really do anything else, but like all my VODs are on my YouTube. Blue Sky for announcements. Discord to keep up to date and chat with people and share memes. Come show me your memes. Bring your best memes. Curated lists of memes. I like memes. I like memes a lot. Memes is like my love language. I like to share memes to everyone. The duck count is done. Okay. Ooh, they got 797 ducks. I've got a raid message. I've got ads starting in a couple minutes, so I want to make sure we go before those ads come up. Yeah, if someone's Discord doesn't have a memes channel, I'm like, I don't think I can stay in this Discord. If you don't have like memes, a dedicated memes home, like because then I'm stressed out. I'm like, do I put my memes in general chat? Do I share them under photos? Do I share them under hobbies? Memes need memes homes, and then that will make that makes everything better. I'm gonna get this raid started. That helps. That helps. And we'll go say hi to Will Shand. We'll say hi to Mime Beams and the Beam Streams. And I will go make dinner and then find everyone later, I'm sure, hanging out on all our favorite channels. If I don't see you at Will Shand's, I'll probably see you on Dixie Chris, because I lurk in both places while I do art in the evenings. Yeah, that's why on my Discord, there's lots of very specific channels that someone can put things into, because I am autistic and I like having very clearly delineated locations for everything. You probably couldn't tell if you look at my house, because it's a fucking disaster, but all the disorderliness I have in my house goes away on the computer. I can organize everything to my heart's content in that location. One of my favorite things to do in survival crafting games, organizing all my boxes. All my chests will be organized with the right kind of items in the right locations because I cannot be bothered to do that in real life. It's too much work. It's too much work. It's soothing for me. It's soothing. It's soothing to organize and tidy, but it's more soothing to do it while sitting at my desk and doing it virtually. Anyway, grab those raid messages. I got my own raid messages in here. Let's go say hi to Will Shand and the Mind Beams, the Beam Streams. Thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you for anyone who did bits, who did alerts, who did gift subs and resubs and everything. You all are amazing. I love you. Goodbye.